All right, welcome back to the Cocodona 250 2026 live stream presented by Ultra. Corinne Chalvo here with AJW. Thank you for bearing with us as we swapped streams there. We have only a limited amount of time for each stream on YouTube, but if you were wondering what was going on, you should have automatically been moved over to the news stream. Right now we are looking at DJ Fox. DJ he put down an impressive, last number of miles here, more than miles, hours of running to really surge and kind of storm the field. He is getting very close. He's past our Breaking Bad aid station.
Yep, he's just leaving it.
Just leaving
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. And he is looking like he is moving well. He has 4 miles to that finish line, where he is looking to be our 3rd place, rounding out the men's podium, 4th place overall.
Yeah, that's a fast split coming down Elden for DJ. Looks like he's comfortably in 4th place, and it looks like he's running up there.
DJ Fox out of Durango, Colorado. As our runner Cam makes his way back to the Wildcat aid station. No, I'm calling it Wildcat now. It's Trinity Heights. I'm just picking anything but the actual name of the... It's Breaking Bad aid station. We're going back to the Breaking Bad aid station.
The story on that real quick is that the police showed up here at this aid station last year. It was the first time it ever been an aid station, and they saw sort of that it was dark and people were shuffling around, and they wondered what was going on, and I'm not sure if somebody said something like, "What do you think we're doing, making meth?" or meth came up, something in the conversation with the police officers, and it just sort of stuck. And they were called the meth lab aid station last year, and I think they've got a Breaking Bad theme going on. Maybe we'll see a little bit more about that later. But that's where that came from, and so since Corinne keeps calling it something different, we're just gonna go with Breaking Bad.
Yeah. I don't feel too bad after that interview with Cody Poskin. I'm doing better than he is, but I also didn't run 250 miles. So Cody Poskin's interview was one for the books. Go back and watch that. Just happened a few minutes ago. I just got a couple fun facts from Melissa Clark about Cody. I know we got the interview. Cody said he didn't change his socks once out of spite. He also said, so this was pretty funny, that last year he did the runner survey last year, and he put in there that he's looking for a girlfriend. So we talked about it a lot during last year's race. Well, word is he still doesn't have a girlfriend. So we need to, if you are a matchmaker out there, if you know any fantastic 24-year-olds that like guys who run really, really far, hook them up with Cody.
Yeah, let's find a girlfriend for Cody. Somebody who likes a sense of humor and dehydration
and bright colors. Maybe someone who works at a water facility.
Yeah.
Man, that was funny. That was a great interview with Cody.
I went uphill and I didn't catch it.
Got to go back just for the voice cracks on that one.
I didn't change the socks out of spite.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, someone said, come on, ladies, Cody is a catch. We agree. Chat, we need to match Cody. We're crowdsourcing a girlfriend currently in the chat.
Just show her the interview.
Yeah, that's it. Looking for 24-year-old women who do not change their socks.
That'll work.
Oh man,
that'll work.
Thank you, chat. Thank you. Ultra running singles. I know. We've talked a lot about needing a single, mingle, single track type situation. Save the spotted owls and Cody. Oh, man, you guys are cracking us up in here. Thank you so much. No, I'm not saying that. Yes, I am. Hashtag Cougars for Cody. Oh, man. I can almost guarantee that they're going to clip that Cody interview and put it out on its own as a standalone because that was fantastic.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
This is great.
I think the only thing missing from that, Luke J did a fantastic job, but we missed it. We should have had Tara interview Cody.
Oh, that would have broken the internet, man. I wouldn't be surprised if Tara's floating around here somewhere. Ultra athlete. She's been jumping in and helping out with all kinds of crews. She's been in the field doing some commentary. I think that I don't know if she paced. I think she is pacing, but I can't remember who.
Garmeyer, yeah.
That's right. So two AT legends. Two AT legends out there. Jeff Garmeyer is still out on course. Doing his thing. He's going to be finishing his 6th consecutive Cocodona 250. All right. Where are we at here?
Question about the time zone in Arizona. Arizona is one of the few places in the country that does not change the clocks for daylight savings time, except for one portion of the Navajo Nation. So for half the year, we're on Pacific time, and half the year, we're on Mountain time. Right now, you're on the half that we're on Pacific time.
This is the Precision Fuel and Hydration aid station at Sedona, as we have more runners out there. As we get eyes on the runners that are getting closer to the finish line, we will be sure to bring you that coverage. But check out this layout, this landscape, this setup here with Precision. They have decked out that spot. Lots of watermelon shoes, watermelon theme, because there is this, I was going to say I almost recognized that runner, but 99, 89. Looks like a runner and his family there.
This is mile 159. Just to put this in perspective, the cutoff is here at noon tomorrow. So still a good long time until the Sedona cutoff. The next cutoff runners have is 8:30 p.m. today at Jerome.
It's getting busy here.
This Pam Reed. Pam Reed, everybody.
With Deb Hamberlin. All right, this is Pam Reed coming into Sedona, being paced by Deb Hamberlin.
Pam celebrated her 65th birthday earlier this year. Is very excited about this race, and wow, she's moving well.
So this is her first. Is this her first? It's her first Cocodona, right?
I think it's her second Cocodona.
Oh wow! Okay, amazing. But it's just one of.
But she's a little bit upset because she did it the easy year.
Oh, the quote unquote easy year.
Yeah.
Well, it's only one of 265 races on her ultra sign up page.
Yes.
No big deal. She did do it in 2023. No, she did the Elden Crest 36 in 23. I don't know, AGW.
She didn't. She's not showing 22?
I don't think. Well,
okay.
Oh, maybe 22. I'm going back. I don't think she's done Cocodona.
Scroll to the DNFs then. Sorry, Pam.
It's okay. She's doing great because do we know the cutoff for?
Noon tomorrow.
Noon tomorrow.
Yeah.
She's well ahead of that, as we can tell. She's doing great. No DNF on Cocodona either.
I stand corrected.
It's our first.
Cocodona number 1.
She's not a virgin to too many races, but she's a Cocodona virgin.
All right, we've got Jeff Browning coming into Wildcat.
Jeff Browning.
Wildcat.
Second place at Cocodona 2 years ago.
Wildcat mile 234.
He is moving well, looking strong. Probably, I don't know if he's on pace, but he's going to be, the crazy thing, even though he's further back in the field, is that he might still be similar to his time from the last time he ran this and got second place. And he's back, a number of positions behind that. But looks like he's moving great. Jeff Browning.
Yeah, once he gets here, gets resettled, he's on his way to the end without a pacer. We've mentioned that a couple of times. No pacers from Wildcat to the finish as a protection of the Mexican spotted owl pairs that nest in the area around Elden.
Yeah, we need help naming our Mexican spotted owl, who we plan to make the mascot of Cocodona going forward. Yep,
we're gonna go into the art crew and work on this, adjusting the Cocodona logo and replacing the cow skull with a spotted owl. We'll have to create some sort of proposal for that, Corinne, because I suspect that it might be tough to get that logo changed.
Nah, they can make it happen.
But it's worth a shot.
They can make it happen. I know some people. Okay, DJ Fox on the left-hand side of your screen. He has less than 4 miles.
Yeah.
He's running. He famously took in 1,500 milligrams of caffeine in the last 9 hours of the race last year.
This is the outskirts of Buffalo Park. An absolute must on a visit to Flagstaff if you're a runner. There's trails here on this end of it. He does look very good. Just one more hill.
And on the right-hand side of your screen, Jeff Browning.
At Wildcat, 234. That's his red truck, very identifiable if you're from around these parts.
We got Cocodona Carl as a name proposition for the spotted owl.
Cocodona Carlos.
Alejandro. I like that one.
I like that one. I got one blister, but everyone gets blisters, right? There were so many good one-liners in that interview.
Oh, man. Yeah, if you don't get a blister during Cocodona 250, I think you should get your own special award.
We got a correction. Pam Reed ran 2021 inaugural year.
Yep, I also got a chat from Kathy Bedoin. She's definitely run Cocodona before. It was the first year. She was on Carrie Award's YouTube video with a severe tilt.
That's right. She did have a big lean. Blister the owl. Chafe.
Chafe.
Hi, this is my owl, Chafe. On the left, we're looking at DJ Fox, our potential fourth place finisher from Durango, Colorado, and on the right from Flagstaff at his crew vehicle, Jeff Browning at Wildcat aid station, mile 134. Coco the owl.
Yeah, I think I should give credit. I believe it is Brett, our one of our producers, who came up with this idea that we need to name the Mexican spotted owl and make him the mascot of Cocodona 250. So thank you so much for that idea. All right, DJ Fox, finishing strong here. On the right hand side of your screen, we've got overview or aerial shot of Jeff Browning, Wildcat aid station mile 234.
Pacer.
It's the name of my dog.
That's a good dog name.
Pam is a legend. You got to pay us if you say legend. You forgot.
Mm-hmm. That's a quarter.
Or a piece of pizza.
There's a little bit of a movement in the chat for naming the owl Cody.
Might need to name it Rachel at this point.
Yeah.
All right, someone wants to know if DJ Fox lays down some sick beats. Very well could with that name. DJ Fox, great name.
There's that little grindy climb he's done with, and now he's on the nice smooth path all the way out of Buffalo Park. That's about a mile through this stretch for him.
Oh, somebody came up with ultra, like
yeah.
ultra, owl.
Ultra. Ray Chow.
Ray Chow.
Ray Chow. Dirt Nap the owl.
Dirt Nap the owl. They nest on the ground. Very cool. Dirt Nap, great idea. All right, we got lots of votes for Tara Dauwalter.
Tara Dauwalter.
I think she has to run it before we can name it after her, but. Ray Chow, definitely Ray Chow. Topo the owl, love it. It's the only time it's somebody's not going to call you out by name. They put Corinne and this dude greater than all other commentators. I am a far cry from this dude over here, also known as AJW. One of the best. Probably has multiple encyclopedias worth of knowledge in his brain about this sport. And I don't have any Western States finishes, and he's got a lot of them.
Yeah, but according to my kids, I'm just a boomer.
Oh, I know. We're so cringe. We're so
Cringe.
old.
I'm a cringe
I'm an
boomer.
unk. According to my kids, I'm an unk.
An unk.
Yeah, I'm an unk. Yeah, it's brutal. What's up with the ambulance? That is not an ambulance. Just tuning in. That is Jeff Browning's crew vehicle.
Yeah, that's his crew vehicle.
DJ Owl. All right, if you're just tuning in, thank you for being here. We are following DJ Fox. He is going to be your next runner, finishing the Cocodona 250. If you just got here, you missed some big stuff. Rachel Entrican finishing first overall, setting an outstanding course record, 56 hours, 9 minutes, and 48 seconds. We then had Killian Korth come through, second overall, first male, 57, 28, 40. Followed by Cody Poskin. And this man on the screen right here, DJ Fox, will be your third male, fourth overall. He is just a couple miles away now.
All three of those finishers came under the previous course record. The time has just been passed a few minutes ago of Dan Green, 58:47. So Rachel, Killian, and Cody all went under that previous course record time. DJ will just miss it by a little bit. Joe, McConaughey, and Courtney Dauwalter are on the climb up Elden proper. Joe's pretty close to the top. I suspect once our drone finds him, we'll get eyes on that. Followed by Jakob and Heather Jackson. All four of those are on the climb. DJ, of course, is down the other side and having a great run here into the finish. This has got to feel good. This getting to this beautiful park, nice smooth gravel road, pretty flat. You know your friends and crew and everybody are just a little ways away. Heritage Square a little bit beyond that. I'll be interested to look at the overall splits when all is said and done. From about Tut Hill in. I would not be surprised if DJ had some of the fastest splits or the fastest from Tut Hill in. He's just really been moving and kind of making his way through the field. Now Rachel's were pretty sweet too, so I'm not going to assume that his are faster than Rachel's were, but he's been on point, just making his way through the field.
I mean, him and Rachel, both their form and their kind of composure is really impressive.
Yeah,
they both look really strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, remember with Rachel's finish, she looked a little bit wobbly in the last little bit of the rocks, but then kind of once she was out of those, and I can attest it's no fun to be in those. She had that strength and that hop in her step right back again, as does DJ here.
DJ Fox is from Durango, Colorado.
Meg Eert from Santa Fe, New Mexico, has moved into the top 10 overall. So at least as of now, 4 of the top 10 in Cocodona are women. Rachel, the winner, Courtney in second, Heather in third, and Meg in fourth.
Yeah, and at one point, oh man, what?
Pizza Cletta just arrived.
Pizza Cletta just arrived. Thank you, Caleb.
Thanks so much, Caleb.
Thank you so much. Amazing. We just got a pizza delivery. We have made our afternoon. Everyone go show some love to Pizza Cletta. Great.
Caleb Schiff,
great
fantastic. Really a Flagstaff institution.
Absolutely.
Pizza Cletta.
I mean, made famous originally because the one and only Jim Walmsley would go there with his buddies and his friends often. Sourdough pizza, I believe. Sourdough crust, and there's also gluten-free, I'm sure, but there are 2 locations now, right? Mm-hmm. There's one connected to Dark Sky Brewing if you want to go get some Dark Sky brews, and then another that is a standalone. It's a great day for this too. They could be outside. Yeah,
it's fantastic. Yeah, I know Caleb spent over a year in Italy, going to the home of pizza, really studying the Italian style, really hot stone brick oven, and has come back, and I would say with the exception of Pizzeria Bianco down in Phoenix, it's probably Arizona's top rated pizza.
Is Pizzeria Bianco the one that's like a Michelin star?
Yeah.
I think I just saw that featured on a cooking show. I was like, man, that place, but geez.
Yeah, 2 and 3 hour waits routinely. Wow. Yeah.
All right, DJ Fox, let's go, getting this thing done.
Can chat get a slice? That's funny.
We'll throw one your way, chat. Man, I think DJ Fox is 33, and I'm not super familiar with his history, but if this is his profile on Ultra sign up, he actually hasn't been running Ultras for that long. I mean, 4 results, one of them being Cocodona from last year, and the Mogollon Monster last year, and then a couple of 50K and a 50 miler. He might be very much a new.
Picks his spots, but also just. And you never know with athletes like. Obviously, he's a very, very strong athlete who might have come from a multi-sport in some way,
or triathlon,
or climbing or skiing or whatever. But yeah, not a ton of experience in ultras for the way he's running. Wow.
Pizza cam? People want to see the pizza? Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, maybe we'll get one over here and show you guys the deliciousness that could be yours.
We got a little bit more information. Thank you, Chris. He moved to Durango a few years ago, and he's the world's toughest mudder 24-hour champ.
Okay. So that sounds familiar.
He's done that sort of thing.
So cool. But does Chris Bianco of Pizzeria Bianco run ultras? No.
No, he definitely doesn't.
So that is why you should definitely visit Pizza Cletta. He has had an incredible last 100 miles.
Oh, yeah.
We can confirm that. Also has a Colorado Trail FKT. I think that's right. Yeah, there are so many different routes on the Colorado Trail. There's like 6 different ways. If you're going, and if you go through some of the, I think it's the collegiates. So north, south, through various areas in there. So I think, but that's very cool. So he is a long trail individual.
So we've got our answer. While not a ton of finishes in ultra sign up, plenty of experience at long hard stuff. That's DJ Fox, our 4th place runner, closing in on the finish. Thank you. He's got the eastbound FKT, that is the start in Durango, and the finish out in Cheyenne Canyon.
And you can also do collegiate east, collegiate west routes. So there's a west to east collegiate west route, a west to east collegiate east route, an east to west collegiate east route, and an east to west collegiate west route.
Right, because why would you Coloradans want to make things simple?
No, on the contrary, we want to make it hard. So we go through, an even more difficult mountain range for one of these. Then, of course, you got to add in there the supported, the unsupported, the self-supported. There's another name on this exact same route, that being Jeff Garmeyer, who has the unsupported west to east collegiate east route or record. And Claire Banworth, who we also learned is one of very few women to win a 200-plus mile race outright. There is a theme.
There's a theme
going on here. Also, Jeff Browning, who we just saw, he happens to hold the west to east collegiate west route for supported 7 days. And someone who is on the list to start this race, Kyle Curtin, who did not start, he holds the east to west collegiate west, maybe considered one of the hardest routes, supported record in 6 days and 15 hours. So a lot of themes. Cocodona 250, Colorado Trail FKTs, a lot of overlap here. As we follow DJ Fox here as he finishes, we will certainly bring you footage of Courtney Dauwalter and Heather Jackson as soon as we have it also. In between them, there could be another man or two. We know Jakob O'Berry was very hard charging, and Eder Ramirez was also in that mix along with Joe Stringbean McConaughey.
Just a couple minutes, he's out of here and on the streets. We're going to check and see if we've got a visual of Joe on Elden. All right, and DJ's picking up some of his crew. This is great. This has got to be a lot of fun.
This is DJ Fox getting close. Thanks again to Pizza Cletta bringing us pizzas. We better go grab one of those boxes,
yeah.
AJW. They're almost completely gone.
They might go quick.
What is everyone's favorite pizza topping? Throw it in the chat.
Got it just in time.
That is what a cough button is for.
Mm-hmm.
Mystery pizza. I think we just got a rundown of our pizza options. What is one of them have the honey on it? Because I think that's one of their specialties, like the bee's knees something. There's a bacon and onion. Let's go with the bacon and onion and a pepperoni.
Yeah.
What do you think, AJW?
Yep.
People like pepperoni. Arugula. I like arugula on a pizza. Pineapples. Thank you. Not pineapple. Oh, divisive.
So there's
like,
both.
Oh, the division is the
that happened quick.
controversial statement.
Yeah.
Some people love it.
Pineapple,
I
not
like it.
pineapple.
I like it.
Pineapple pizza is totally fine.
I like pineapple. Spinach and feta.
But then there are these like no fruit on a pizza people. I don't understand them, but they're out there.
Ricotta, hot honey. Everything's got hot honey on it these days. Speaking of, never mind. Never mind. I was going to say, speaking of hot honey, we got DJ Fox coming in. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know, DJ. I do not have any affiliation with DJ Fox.
I was thinking maybe you might have found a partner for Cody.
No.
Named Hot Honey.
Oh man, I know that I have faith that Cody is going to find himself a hot honey.
If you're just coming on, we're still looking. Cody's been looking for a year for a girlfriend.
Yeah, Cody's been looking for a girlfriend, and we're going to help him out.
I mean, come on. He got third place at Cocodona with one pair of socks.
Yeah, these are facts, people. DJ Fox right here on your screen. He's getting very, very close. He is in Flagstaff proper, coming up the last hill here. And he just ran these last 100 miles incredibly. Gotta be a great feeling to finish a race like this so strong.
Yeah. All right, we've got eyes on the right. Thank you, guys. Joe McConaughey closing in on the summit of Elden.
All right, let's go stream B and Joe McConaughey. Getting that Elden climb done as we have just been served. Thank you so much. We've been served pizza. This looks absolutely delicious.
Yeah,
Everyone wants
really
a
good.
pizza cam.
Joe is in fifth place. He'll be the fifth person up and over Elden.
Oh, someone said that he's running with fellow Tough Mudders, or Mudders as they're called.
Mudders.
Maybe some fellow Mudder athletes.
So it's a little mutter brotherhood.
A Mudder Brotherhood. Someone else has said we're losing our minds, which they might be accurate. On the left of your screen, DJ Fox rounding out the men's podium, fourth overall, third male. On the right-hand screen, we've got Joe String beating McConaughey, getting near the top of Mount Elden.
Can confirm the pizza is good.
All right.
Just had a bite. DJ's on Beaver Street now. He's going to be heading by the hospital in a bit. Oh, no. Now he's making the turn onto Beaver. I got ahead of myself, everybody. It must have been the pizza.
Either way, he's close. He's very, very close now. Someone threw us $10. Kenny G27. 27 is my favorite number.
And going in with pepperoni, sausage, mushroom, pineapple, jalapeno. Best pizza ever.
Sounds good.
It does sound good.
DJ, I don't think it stands for anything. I think it's just DJ. That's his name, DJ.
His name.
Last year, they did climb the steep section of Elden. This year, they're descending the steep section of Elden. Debatable on which of those is more difficult at this point in the race. They're both very, very hard.
Gosh, Corinne, some pineapple haters out there. Pineapple and pizza shouldn't be in the same sentence.
Ugh,
Oh, come on.
brutal. I disagree.
I disagree.
All right.
But that's all right. We know there's all kinds.
That just means there's more for us.
Yeah. Here comes DJ up to the hospital. I wonder if the folks will be out there. They might have to go back to work eventually.
There are people that need to be taken care of.
Yeah. Oh, now there's people guessing what DJ stands for. We got a good one. Donut jogger.
Donut jogger.
Just another Katie. This is good. I used to hate pineapple on pizza until I tried it.
Yeah.
Now I love it. Yeah.
Truth. Don't knock it till you try
Yeah,
it.
there's a lot of pineapple haters. They hate it because of the idea, and so they don't even try it. This is DJ Fox coming down Beaver Street, about a mile to go. Going to be well under 60 hours. Not sure I would have thought there'd be a day just a few short years ago that we'd have 4 finishers all under 60 hours in Cocodona. Just goes to show you. And there's Joe, string bean on the right, coming around that last little turn before dropping in onto Elden Lookout Trail.
Two hours, 60 hours. We're breaking all kinds of things in the running world.
Mm-hmm. Will this be a year of a sub 14 at Western States?
You know what?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it just got a little spicier last week. All right, 2 miles and about 2,200 feet for Joe down to the valley floor. I don't know if Joe uses poles.
I don't know either. I feel like I saw him when he won the first year running with poles.
Yeah, I do seem to think too, all his through hiking and stuff like that.
Fun fact, Mountain Outpost also streams, is the streaming partner of the Western States 100. So
Sure is.
we have that to look forward to.
Yep. It's less than 2 months away now.
Phew. Time flies.
We'll be back at Hard Rock in July. That's always a fun one to stream. Run Rabbit Run in September. Of course, the local favorite Javelina 100.
We promise everyone we will get you visuals of Courtney and Heather when we have them.
Yep, we want to see what they're up to as much as y'all do.
And this stream will go all the way to Saturday.
Saturday. Yeah, Saturday, 10 a.m. We'll go right through the cutoff.
Saturday, 10 a.m. The IG influencer, the long hair who was helping with the stream, a younger guy. That's got to be Caleb Stevens, right?
Yeah.
Caleb, you're an IG influencer. In case you didn't know, that's Caleb Stevens. We've had a great team here: Chris Warden, Alyssa Clark, Claire Farrow, Caleb Stevens, Hillary Yang, Luke J, AJW, and myself, Corinne Chalvoy. Did I get everybody? I think so. All right. I know we're going to have some other folks joining in the second half of the week. Kevin Goldberg is going to come in.
Kevin Goldberg's coming on tomorrow, taking over for me so I can get up to my son's graduation. And then the recent winner of the inaugural Bradshaw Brute, Jake Jackson.
All right.
Is going to be on for a while.
Oh, I think he got second.
Oh, he got second.
But man, running a race and then coming in to commentate.
Yeah. I can't wait to hear about that. I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say that DJ Fox was not on a lot of the pre-race chatter about the podium at Cocodona.
You're probably right there. I know that I heard a lot of, Joe McConaughey, heard a lot of talk about Jeff Browning, heard a lot of talk about Killian Korth. DJ did say on his Distance to Empty podcast preview that he was going for the win. So
did he really?
So he called his shot and put himself out there. And you know what? This time, any other year would have absolutely been the win.
It would have been. Yeah, for sure. So good for him. He's coming up on that famous left-hand turn onto Birch. There goes Matt Feldick to cut the corner to get the footage. See him over there running across the parking lot. Good old Matt.
Thank you guys for being here with us.
Yeah, great to have you all here. Thanks for joining us and having fun in the chat and also just following along. Left on Birch.
I'm going to also go ahead and say that Colorado is currently winning the Cocodona 250 because we had Rachel Entricken, Killian Korth, and DJ Fox.
That's right. 3 of the top 4. And you're going to have Courtney. So you're likely to have 4 of the top 6. So I guess it's okay that you have all these bizarre, intricate FKT designations. Western version of the Eastern
collegiate,
unself-supported.
Unself-supported? Take note, fastest known time. You got to add a new category, unself-supported.
Unself-supported.
What would that look like? Where you're sabotaging yourself during the race?
You go out in self-support and then you take the stuff away to really test yourself.
It's kind of like Cocodona where they give you pacers, then they take them away.
Here we go. DJ Fox coming down Cocodona Alley and finishing Cocodona 250.
Woo! Throw some foxes in the chat.
Coming in under 59 and a half.
Sub 59:30. Incredible run.
Real quick, Travis Longcar always keeps track of this. He kept on Fantasy Free Trail. Out of 1,086 entries, 5 picked DJ on the podium.
Only 5 out of
1,086.
That would be an underdog right there, showing up. But the most important, he wasn't an underdog in his own mind, and he made it happen and ran a sub 59:30 Cocodona 250.
DJ looking strong. Place male finisher, 4th overall. An awesome race from DJ Fox. Congratulations. Good job, crew.
As DJ makes his way over to get his post-Cocodona photo.
Yeah, the men's podium is set now. Killian Korth, Cody Poskin, and DJ Fox. 1, 2, and 3 on the men's side.
And AJW, these photos, these before and after photos, they like remind me of when they take a picture of the president before he goes into office,
Yeah.
and then 4 years later,
Yeah.
and he looks like he's aged 10 years.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing here. Because if running 100 miles is life in a day, then running 250 is 2.5 lifetimes in a day.
Yeah, I have to admit, on just a quick personal note, when my wife Shelley saw my after picture, she was like, "That doesn't even look like you."
What did the fox say? DJ is awesome. We agree. When DJ started the race, he didn't have a beard. Good stuff.
4 runners under 60 hours.
4 under 59:30 too.
450. We've
Man.
come a long way from year 1.
Yeah, and it really makes you think, where is the limit? Where is the ceiling? You know, how fast can these be run, and what is it going to take to do it even faster in the future? Because we are in the infancy of these 200s as a sport and as an event from a speed standpoint. So how cool is it that we are here at this point in time witnessing the development and the evolution of a really unique distance in the sport.
Looks like Luke is getting things set up there with DJ. We try to interview the top 3 in the podium for each.
All right, we're going to send it out to that finish line for some words to hear a little bit from Luke J. and DJ Fox, your 3rd place male, 4th place overall at this year's race.
Check. This one? Yeah, cool. I'm going to say, so we get the interview. I want to hear from you a lot more than they want to hear from me. All right, first to kick things off, we are here at the Cocodona 250 with our 4th place finisher, DJ. What's up, y'all? Thank you so much. All right, DJ, give me hour. 2 or 3 is fine. Did any other ones? Dude, I'm here for this. Yeah, we want to come here. Rundown.
Man, you know, I don't know what position I sat in. Maybe like top 30 or something. And
Yep.
yeah, and then figure.
Yeah. That's all. Then. Look at this. Having everything all day. Okay. And you stuck to it. Give me that. Run down.
Yeah, we move off the road, but just some.
Yeah. You execute insanely well. Insanely well.
Add to these 3 days. Slip. Finger. They've been there for everything.
I'll look. Yeah. Which, yeah. Yeah, great selection. First place overall.
It's 6.
On the live stream, somebody said when Disney says 6 people even closest. So you may get that. So then we had Gilby in a second, Cody Poskin, and then you.
Nice.
All of 60 hours.
Dude, love you. It's gonna keep changing. Now people are gonna start figuring it out. We're gonna see fast times. It's gonna be time.
And over, there's all the
I feed off it. One
right on M. Your strat game plan learned from.
best crew in the business. I've had guys for all my big events, the Colorado Trail. We just ate everybody up. Just ate everybody.
Yeah.
That was always the plan. Let's get to these 2. We're gonna do work. I look.
See any like trail magic weirdness?
I don't really tend to hallucinate. Honestly, yeah. Just dial.
Sweet. Thanks for chatting with us. Take care. Oh, quick question. Will you be back next?
See, maybe I'll look at the lottery. And
Sure. Hope to see you next year. Thank you. Back to you in the studio.
yeah.
Now we're back. Jordan pushed the wrong button.
I didn't push anything.
Trevor pushed the wrong button.
Trevor didn't push.
All right, Trevor's taking ownership. We like accountability.
All right, thanks, Luke and DJ. We are back. We're going to be redirecting our attention now back up the field. Where next runner we're anticipating, probably a little ways away, is Joe McConaughey coming down Elden. And Courtney Dauwalter grinding really quite quickly up Elden.
Yeah, I think, we're good at this point to announce that Courtney is in front of Heather as of now. And they're both moving well. They're both making their way, but it is going to be a few hours before they get here near the finish line. It's 250 miles. And they are coming down a very, very technical, steep descent off Mount Elden, which was the highest point of this race, above 9,000 feet in elevation. They've been out there for 59 hours and 40 minutes.
Yep, and my guess is it would be 7 or even a little bit later that Courtney gets in.
Yeah, 7:30-ish estimation is kind of what we're thinking at this point. You never know with how well Courtney closes on things, especially recently. She could be faster than that, but we also have some other runners in between them that we're going to be tracking here and following, including Eder Ramirez, Jakob Oberry.
I'm glad you keep going with that. I'm just sticking with Jakob.
Somebody told me in the chat that I said it exactly correct when they spelled it Oberi, so I'm going with it. They said spot on, so Jakob Oberry from Sweden. I don't know.
You said that with a little Italian though. It must be the pizza.
It's the pizzicletta. All right, we do have visuals. We're gonna go to Courtney Dauwalter here in a moment. We can't see. All right, this is called Find Courtney Dauwalter. It's a new game we have here.
It's a new game we have. We know she's out there. This is the road leading up to the final road up to the top of Elden. Joe is over and on his way down.
Okay, I see a figure moving.
Ah, there we go. There's Courtney. She's coming towards us. Yeah, again, we have reminded you a couple of times, no pacers allowed from Wildcat Canyon to the finish, about 21 or 22 miles.
Everyone in the chat cheering for Courtney. Courtney spotting, that's right.
And while Courtney had what seemed like I would call it just a minor lull, sort of in the Schnebly to just short of Tuthill, she's really poured it on since then, moving up through the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of runners, around that 150, 175 mile mark were feeling it, and, things are setting it. Things are starting to get real. They're not anywhere near the finish line. They have 90 miles to go, but they are also 150 miles into a race, 160 miles in. So kind of that point where you're questioning what the heck you're doing out there, getting ready to go through, a night, and it's hard. So a lot of people, that's also when the weather started to kind of turn a little bit, which makes it challenging. And we saw a number of runners that were looking like they were having a bit of a low, but have obviously turned it around, including DJ Fox, who just finished.
Oh yeah, and then as you hear a lot about in these things, you get that nice little sleep. Maybe it's a 30-minute or 40-minute sleep, and it turns you right around. Maybe that, who knows? We'll find out afterwards if Courtney had one of those.
Yeah, and if you're Cody Poskin, you take a 1-minute nap 3 miles from the finish line. This is Courtney Dauwalter on your screen right here. She is getting close to the top of Elden, right?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes she'll be there.
Again, 4 runners under 59 hours and 30 minutes. DJ Fox just finished in 59:29:03. Cody Poskin finished in 58:13:44.
She's running this part. Oh, I jinxed it.
Oh. No, but I mean, that is just, classic Courtney Dauwalter, that she is still pushing as hard as she possibly can. Pain caves have been renovated, additions have been added, guaranteed during this grand adventure out there.
Yeah, and she came here just knowing that she didn't want to leave that experience of stopping at Mingus last year as her last experience at Cocodona, and I mean, good for her. And not far back is Heather Jackson in her first attempt at this distance.
Incredible.
Fantastic story there after a long career in triathlon and a still active career in gravel cycling. Heather Jackson sitting in third in the women's race.
Yep, and I was told that that Heather really battling the sleep deprivation at this point, which is understandable. Totally understandable. So thank you for that info, Miss Hillary Yang, letting us know she chatted with Luke Nelson. But she's moving. She's making it happen. She's doing the thing.
Speaking of Luke Nelson, Luke also coaches Mika Thews, and a day ago there was some thought that Mika had dropped out, but she's not. She's back at it. She's a little bit outside Sedona. She's obviously not going to have a front running race, but she's still out there. And the way, unfortunately for Luke, the way it's working out is he'll probably end up having to pace her too. Oh man,
what a good coach!
What a good coach! I'm kidding. Luke will love being able to pace them both. I'm sure. I know when I asked him at the packet pickup, well, what are you going to do if they're close together? And he was like, I don't know. We'll see. Luke's a great guy, great coach. Is
he out of Colorado?
Pocatello, Idaho.
Oh, okay, all right.
And race director of Scout 100, a fantastic race in the mountains just south of Pocatello. Check it out. Recently became a Hard Rock qualifier. Yeah, Mika is, Laura Owens, thanks for asking. Mika's back and running. She's a little bit past Sedona. She kind of got into the aid station right about the same time as Pam Reed.
All right. That is so respectable to be, continuing forward momentum, especially if you're not having a day that you want to. Just continuing on takes a lot of guts.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've still got Randy Zuckerberg out there as well. We've got Sally McRae out there as well. Some people were following and paying attention to. Unfortunately, had a couple of DNFs yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think so. Cam, or the day before, but I think yesterday, Cam Haynes, unfortunately, experienced a concussion and decided to end his race, which was,
probably smart.
Probably a smart move. I think that Michael Versteeg also just dropped. They both suffered kind of head injuries during this race. And then Max Jolliffe struggling with a hip injury. Also, decide to call it and save it for another day. And a little bit of cloud cover here in town. It is 4:50 in the afternoon, local time. I mean, we are still under 60 hours right now.
Yep.
You know, Rachel finished in 63 hours last year, and we've already had 4 runners come through.
And Courtney making it to the summit.
She's running.
Yep. Yep. Courtney is
I'd
not
say she
messing
found her
around.
legs again.
Yeah.
And starting to break down the poles.
Yeah, so she'll finish this before dark. It gets dark around 7:15, 7:30. If it's dark, it'll be barely dark and she'll be on the streets of Flagstaff. That's really good. Really strong. So she's going to go with the technique of going down Elden without poles, at least for the start. We saw Rachel earlier really using them to help her on the big step downs.
Yeah, I think there's no right answer there. Totally personal preference. Both ways could be helpful. Yeah, I can see the benefit in having your hands free and kind of just...
I could see it both ways, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, so sounding like there is exactly a 30-minute gap between Joe McConaughey and Courtney Dauwalter right now.
Okay. Oh, 30.
30 minutes. So Joe started descending 30 minutes ago from that same point that Courtney just hit. So they are not too far away from one another. Lots of love for Courtney in the chat, as there should be. Mm-hmm. One of the best of all time to do it. I didn't say the word AGW. I just said the best of all time. So many Courtney fans out there. So cool to see her coming back for redemption on this course.
Right about a 30-minute gap. My guess is that Joe's probably doing 20-minute miles on the way down, so he's still got a little ways to go. But we'll get an idea. Do you think there's a chance she could catch him? What do you think? It really depends on how he's moving. I think it depends on how he's moving. I think Courtney's moving well.
Because they have how many miles from this point, from the top of Elden?
It's about 7.
Okay.
It's about 7. So I like to break it up into 3 parts. There's 2. The first 2 are kind of the straight downhill, rocky, rock hopping, that stuff. The third of those miles is a little bit less of that to the aid station. And then the aid station is pretty runnable.
Okay. A measly 7 miles left, but a couple of those miles are 2,000-foot descent with giant boulders, tripping hazards, literally all over the place.
You're not going to bust it out in an hour.
It's got to feel good, though, knowing you've come this far and there is not much left.
That's so great. We've got a drone shot of Courtney descending Elden.
Yeah, this is great because you can really see how technical and rocky it is. She's taking nice little tiny steps, but she's running.
Yeah, she's navigating this really well. Yeah. Yeah, at least in her case, it's the no pole seems to be working.
Also great to have some daylight still for this.
Look at that. Yeah.
Look at Spry.
And the biggest step downs are in this first part, about almost a mile of it.
Man, this is awesome.
This is really awesome. Great drone work here.
Look at that section. That
Look at
is some. Oh my God, she's scaring me with how fast she's moving. Please be careful, Courtney. So impressive.
Oh, look at this. This is great.
Absolutely incredible. If I was Courtney, I'd like save this video and like have it like as my, I don't know, background.
It reminds me of years ago, you probably saw it, the video of Killian going down off Grant Swamp.
Oh, yeah.
And Timothy Olsen just sat there watching him in awe.
This is trail running, people. This is technical descending on a very tight single track. Courtney on the pain throne. Yeah, I agree. It does look somewhat similar to that UTMB descent on La Flagere. She's done stuff like this just a few times. But just think, to have 250 miles already on your legs at this point. Sleep deprivation, 59, 60 hours of running, moving through the elements, not sleeping. She looks so graceful. That is very, very impressive. People still like the Pain Abyss.
Yeah. Gosh. We haven't seen this angle of everybody, but she's moving. And she's fully in a running stride.
So cool. This is Courtney Dauwalter, everyone. Currently in second place for the women. 5th overall?
Yeah. This, yeah, you feel. I feel like I'm just definitely watching a master at work here.
I'm just praying to God.
Yeah, don't catch a toe.
That she doesn't fall.
Look at that. It's just a pile of rocks right there.
So incredible. I mean, this is wild. She is just moving so well.
We need some music to go along with this. I know it's against the rules, but some sort of metal or something.
All right. We just got some insight from our drone pilot stating that she is descending this twice as fast as anyone else has.
Okay.
So there is no doubt she is moving very swiftly. And I'm not surprised. She looks like she's just out for a run.
Yeah. Oh.
Man. Someone said she was in her flow in the chat. This is kind of appears that way.
Yeah, and if you've been on this, we've both been on this. It's steeper than it looks.
It is. It's steep and there's just so many tripping hazards.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's saying we can't play copyrighted music or else Eye of the Tiger and Final Countdown would be good in the background of this. Thank you, Jess Kaplan. Yeah, and someone asking, was it Joe who passed Jeff Browning at the bottom of Elden a few years ago? Or was it someone else? That was Harry Schubertus.
Yeah.
They used to go up Elden this direction and then down the road. The last 2 years, they have descended this section.
Yeah. They took the road out, added the climb that has now been there for 2 years.
Courtney Dauwalter, everyone, descending Mount Elden.
Putting on a clinic.
Generations
We don't
to
have
come will study this
right.
video when they are learning how to trail run.
We don't have footage of Joe, but I have to imagine he wasn't going this fast.
Courtney heard you guys talking about pizza. That's a great comment. Or nachos. If it was nachos, she might be going 3 times as fast. Wow, this is so cool. We've crossed over 60 hours on the Koros cam. The Koros clock, excuse me. It is the Koros clock. 60 hours, 3 minutes. Now 4 minutes into this race. This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. We are here with you, Corinne Shalvoy and AJW. And we're watching Courtney Dauwalter sitting in second place in the women's race.
On the Janji Skycam. Thanks, Janji.
Yes. Shout out to the drone pilot.
Absolutely. And thank you, Born to Boogie, for the donation.
Born to Boogie?
Born to Boogie.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just cranking.
The owls are jealous, someone said. I think safe to say she is flying down this, for sure.
Yeah.
And someone commenting this may be one of the best scenes of the entire stream. It's pretty cool, especially considering, we saw Courtney hours and hours ago in Sedona moving quite gingerly. And it just goes to show this is someone who has been through highs and lows and ups and downs, and the body recovers and does incredible things when you just navigate through all of the pain and all of the keep moving forward, just relentlessly moving forward. Thank you, Kenny G27, the goat being a goat. That's 50 cents right there.
Yep.
Kitty.
Oh man, you've got to love watching this. Just the little choppy steps, keeping her arms out. Slight lean forward, but not too much.
Someone said she wants the Strava segment crown.
I think she's got it.
Oh, this is Jakob O'Berry,
All
summiting
right.
Mount Elden. Jakob O'Berry out of Sweden, a Satisfy athlete. Satisfy, of course, sponsors and sets up a really sweet layout there at Fane Ranch.
All right, Corinne, what do you think? You think he keeps the poles out? Being a Euro and all?
I'm going to say yes because
Okay.
he's from Sweden.
Yeah, I think he will.
I don't know if he's seen this section, of course, and once he starts going on it, maybe he puts them away. But just because I feel like they, can get in the way. And
Yeah, don't go that way. He almost went up the road more.
yeah, it's easy to do. He saw the markers. Man, Jakob, this guy has moved up
Yeah, he really has moved
all
up.
day long.
He took a little extra time at Wildcat.
He did. That was cool. We saw
Yeah.
4 or 5 runners in Wildcat all at the same time.
So the rockiest, biggest step down part for Courtney is now over.
Man, she made quick work of
Yeah,
that.
I know.
Quick work of that.
But now, and now there's still plenty of those, but there are also little longer stretches of actual dirt trail where she can even move faster.
Thank you, Nat X Bug. $50 for the Coke Donut Blimp Fund.
All right, thank you, NatX. This is a great shot to give you an idea of how much is still left to descend.
Yeah. That's so pretty, and you can just see that we are now very much in the higher altitude, kind of high alpine-esque pines and different terrain. Jakob getting some love in the chat. That's right. When Courtney runs, she turns the earth. People have tripped and fallen 8 times just watching this. Here's Courtney Dauwalter. Jen, NorCal runner, the women are sending it this year. We agree.
She could catch Joe. I mean, looking at this,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's totally accurate, but someone did put in the chat that he was only moving at about 1.2 miles an hour.
Okay.
So, yeah, you never know. I mean, we've seen it happen before in the final miles. Of course, Courtney Dauwalter, current record holder for Western States 100. We were talking earlier about women landing in the top 10, and you mentioned who was it? You mentioned a woman,
Nikki Kimball.
Yeah, Nikki Kimball.
Nikki Kimball.
Yeah. The Nikki Kimball. Courtney was 6th.
I think so.
When she
set that
record. I remember seeing her on a climb, passing Mathieu Blanchard. And it just, that was only a handful of years ago. That time.
I think it's probably a good thing that Courtney doesn't have a follow cam with her, because they'd probably get dropped.
I would be worried for the safety of the follow cam person very much. I mean, maybe I could just, Jamil might be able to do this, but I think the drone footage it's such a cool angle, and it shows in a way more, what the steepness is. And that was just beautiful.
But it looks like he's going to go in for a landing.
He may have to recharge his battery. He's tired after following Courtney for that long.
Courtney like that. That was incredible.
Can we say that Courtney dropped the drone?
Yeah. Ran the drone right out of the batteries.
Courtney, the first person ever in ultra running to drop a drone.
That was really fun to see Courtney do that, just like she was born to do it.
All right, this is, we've got eyes on Jeff Garmeyer.
On the way into Wildcat, I would guess, yep.
Oh yeah, speaking of Nikki Kimball, that she also held the long trail FKT that got broken by Tara Dower this year.
Oh yeah, and she held it for a while. They made a great film about it too. Nikki was pretty open about her battles with clinical depression, and so that the film about the long trail sort of dovetails with her reflections on her journey with clinical depression.
I think I heard a podcast with her as well, and talking through that whole thing, and hope sounds like she is in a good place now. So challenging. As someone else who also here on screen, Jeff Garmeyer, big advocate of mental health, and it's important. So
yeah, a few years back, Rob Krar and Nikki Kimball were keynoters at a mental health conference.
Okay.
Beyond sports.
Yep.
And the video of the panel discussion kind of made the rounds.
All right, we definitely need some tigers in the chat. So Kenji of the world said tiger in his natural habitat. That is what you're seeing right here, Jeff Garmeyer. I listened to Jeff. He did a solo podcast on the Free Outside, his own podcast, kind of reflecting on preparation for the race, and it was so cool to hear how he approached it. This year, he did a couple additional things. He hired a nutritionist and also a sports psychologist, and he worked with that sports psychologist to come up with a mantra, but he described it more as a method, and he said that it was going to be the acronym PCT, Pacific Crest Trail, which was something he did. He did the entire PCT when he was 19 years old, and it was really like a critical kind of thing for him to go through. But the acronym PCT, it stands for presence is the first one. So being present in the moment, and kind of whenever he's having trouble recentering himself, thinking about you can only control this present moment. The C stands for community. And for him, that was really leaning in and asking for help. So he likes to be very, very like self-sufficient, but he said, I have great people on my team. I need to ask for help and tell them what I need. So I'm gonna work to do that. So community was the C, and then T was trust. And he said, I got to trust myself. I've done this race 5 times. Mm-hmm. I need to trust myself that I know how to do this. And he was really hoping that acronym and those mantras within that acronym were going to help bring him back whenever he was going through challenging times. So I really loved hearing his method.
That's great.
Sounds like he put in so much work to prepare for this. he's going to be, the first 6-time finisher
Yep,
of Cocodona
he is.
250.
And I wouldn't be surprised, given that he's rolling in the Wildcat already, that this will end up being his fastest time.
Can't ask for a whole lot more than that. I mean, of course, PR is always a good thing.
And another Mount to Coast footed athlete. There've been 3 Mount to Coast shoes already across the line.
Garmeyer, also a John G.
Yep.
athlete. He's with Pacer right now, right? I know his aunt is crewing
is that,
him. Could be Tara
Is that
Dower.
Tara Dower?
Very
Might
well could be.
I know she was pacing some of the. I know she was pacing some of the race with him.
Oh yeah, I think I see this, maybe the skirt that she had been rocking in the live stream earlier. Tara Dower and Jeff Garmeyer, both record holders on the AT. They're moving really well.
Yeah.
How far out from Wildcat do you think they are, AJW? It's hard to, I mean...
It's really hard to tell because so much of it looks like that. It's kind of double track, grown over. There's a sharp, we saw Browning do it. There's a sharp left turn on a single track, and then they're just a couple minutes from it.
Gina Eckley, thank you for the $50 donation. Been glued all day.
Meg Eert is making up time on Heather Jackson.
Wow.
Within about a little bit more than a mile, it looks like.
Wow. And, that's...
And we got the intel about
the amount of time catching up to Heather with the sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is really like, when else are you going to learn, okay, this is when I need to take a quick nap. And this is kind of an experiment, even though Heather is probably not thinking about it like this. It's like, okay, maybe if she takes a short nap, she'll learn that she can take a 5-minute nap and feel so much better, or something else. She's going to take something from this. I mean, so many things from this experience. But yeah, sleep deprivation is real, and she is, I don't think, experienced anything like this so far in her career.
Yeah, because even something like the XL Unbound, she's going to be done with it in 24 hours. It'll be interesting. I bet you she's signed up for it again, and it's just at the end of this month. It'll be interesting if she bounces back enough from this to, we're back on Courtney, bounces back up from this enough to do that. My guess is she will, but... Courtney, back on Courtney, making this descent a little bit more shallow on the climb at this point, but still plenty technical and hard.
And her UTMB was 29 and a half hours. So that's, I think, longest time on feet, maybe, or longest, sporting race event. That being said, she's also signed up for like a 2,000-mile bike track later this year.
Like one of those bike packing race.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is Courtney Dauwalter. She looks like she's in a jungle. It's crazy.
Yeah, she really does.
Still moving very quickly down this. All right, quick shout out to Trevor. Trevor is signing out. He has been behind the cameras all day doing masterful work. navigating everything. He's head producer. We're shouting out everybody. We're shouting out Zach Marion. We're shouting out Jordan. We're shouting out whoever we can get eyes on. Hillary Yang sitting right there. I'm going to give her a shout out. Heck yeah. Let's go, team.
Trevor, it does incredible work back there, takes incredible pride with the setup. If you walk in here and you look at the setup, you would think that this thing would just take off. It's like a rocket ship back there. So he's going to get some well-deserved rest.
I also give him bonus points for wearing a Everyone Watches Women's Sports sweatshirt. That's pretty awesome. Oh man, Trevor, you're getting love in the chat. You better pay attention. Trevor, screenshot the chat. Trevor, so much love for Trevor in the chat. Trevor rocks. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, Trevor. Exactly. All the love for Trevor.
Love you guys.
Oh, he said, love you guys.
You want to come on the couch for a sec?
Yeah, you do. You need to become famous. Trevor, there's 9,000 people who want to say hi. Sit down for a minute. He's like, I'd like to go home, please.
Trevor MVP, Trevor the man. We love you, Trevor. Trevor, you're a stud.
T-Money.
Yeah. T-Gang. Woohoo, Trevor.
Night, have a beer.
Trevor is the bomb.
Even Courtney yelled, Trevor. I heard it.
Yeah, she just yelled at the drone. Thank Trevor.
Trevor for president. It's getting insane in here.
Lots of trophies. If Trevor was a pizza. Oh, now you're $10 beer for Trevor from the Alden effect. Sherry Olivia, $10 for Trevor.
People are giving you money, Trevor. They're throwing it at you.
Oh, and a suggestion that we name the owl
Trevor. Trevor Linton, the Mexican spotted owl of Cocodona. We love Trevor.
Trevor forever.
I like this, the studio looking like Artemis 3.
Yeah, that is kind of like what it looks like.
Trevor, the gentleman's friend and the lady's choice.
Pacers aren't allowed in this section because it's reserved for Trevor.
Oh, man. You guys are awesome.
It's like Aravipa After Dark has come early.
We love this community. It's happy hour. I mean, it's 5:30.
It is 5:30. Wow, this shift has flown by.
It has.
Yeah.
There's been so much cool stuff that's happened.
Yeah, and it's an exciting After Dark this evening. I've been in on the afternoon. We've got Hillary Yang and Chris Warden this evening taking you into the nighttime. John Travolta. Courtney's about to catch Trevor.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Back to Courtney on this descent. I hope we save this. It could be, or make snippets of it available. I'm sure the Aravipa Instagram team will do so.
Yeah, this is a treadmill reel that you want to watch over and over on a loop.
It really is. It really is. I mean, for the skill and practice and technique that's gone into this. You know, honestly, I feel stupid for saying, oh, she's putting her poles away. Obviously, she knew what she was doing. I shouldn't have even said that.
She's like, hey, AJW, watch this.
Yeah. Hold my poles.
Hold my poles.
Trevor weather.
It just doesn't stop.
We're watching Courtney descend the now lower slopes of Elden.
Trevor created one of the best parts of this chat yet.
Oh, yeah. Next cutoff, good question, Aaron Rubin, is at Jerome, mile 125 at 8:30 tonight.
Do you have that memorized?
That one.
Wow. That was impressive, AJW.
Clint Trevor Wood.
So good. So this is awesome.
Can we make Trevor merch for next year?
People love their merch. All right, so we've got to be getting kind of down toward that junction, don't you think?
I think we are. And questions in the chat about how the distance to Joe, I don't know, but I have to imagine whatever it was at the top, it's closer now.
Yeah, it was, and we know we had, was it 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, 30 minutes almost exactly. So we might get a split at the Breaking Bad aid station.
Yeah. And we'll hopefully have a camera there, one of our runner cams. Yep, she is nearly down. You can see by that angle. The time at her she hit the top on time of day 4:53. So she's been
less
at it
than an hour to descend that?
A little over. I mean, right now she's only a little over half an hour.
Or half an
Yeah.
hour? 30
Yeah.
minutes?
Yeah.
That would be like less than 15-minute miles
Yeah. We'd have
with 2,000 feet of descending, which is very impressive. Oh, man. I'm not sure if this is totally accurate, but someone's saying they were an hour and 45 apart at Wildcat.
Yeah, that would be an incredible.
And then they were 30
and
apart
30, yeah.
at Elden, the top of Elden.
Trevor is the only person who can find Truck Norris.
Yes. Trevolution. They started a Trevolution.
Oh, yeah.
Trevor continues to get love in the chat. Yeah, we agree. So much skill. Which one did you read?
If Trevor was running this race, he would have won.
Oh, so good. That was good, Abigail. That was good.
Quick glance at her watch. She's like, I know I can get this KOM. That's not true, right? She doesn't do Strava.
We don't know. It could be private, and then one day we're going to be blessed with 10 years of ultra running.
The Courtney Christmas.
That's what happened with Zach Miller. He uploaded years worth of data.
I remember that.
And it was like we all just rejoiced and bowed down, and many emails were sent to people that their crowns had been taken. Yeah, but I wonder if it's like a micro goal of, I want to get to that aid station by this time, or I want to, be running kind of like this pace. Like she might just be setting these little micro goals for herself.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. Yeah,
you cannot have a pacer during this section, just for everyone to know. And We have had some runner cams following runners down this section, but none of them have been pacers.
All right, another runner nearing the top of Elden. We've had Jakob come over.
Is that Heather?
Was Heather in a black kit?
Yep, I think that's
black
Heather.
Kit? Okay.
Heather Jackson.
Heather Jackson nearing the top. All right, so Joe McConaughey at the bottom, closing in on Trinity Heights. Courtney on the left of your screen, getting close to the end of the rockiest part of the descent off Elden.
So do you think they're like a mile apart?
I think they're less than a mile apart.
Woo!
Yeah. Jakob, not on our screen right now, on the descent, still on the steep part. And Heather on the dirt road there to the right, probably about 5 minutes from the summit.
Yeah.
I mean, Corinne, what a day. We had the Cody Poskin interview.
Oh,
Okay. We've
go
had
back and watch that.
We've had the Trevolution here. Then, of course, we have Rachel, the phenomenon, calling that to almost 40,000 viewers. That gave me chills. Killian nursing that hip, just grinding through with that sore hip to
Falling
really
a couple times, really right toward the end of this race.
a really kind of bold and gutty finish.
Yeah, Cody downing about 8 bottles of water
Yeah.
between the last 4 miles of the
Filling up
race.
at the water fountain at Buffalo Park.
This is okay. I'm gonna voice over. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you doing today? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please, can I please get by?
Have a great run. Thank you.
That was perfect.
Have a
voiceover.
wonderful afternoon.
Isn't it beautiful out?
Oh, by the way, I just ran 250 miles. Yeah, we saw DJ Fox, who was only 5 people's pick out of thousands on fantasy to be in the podium, make his way through the field and land in 3rd place on the men's side, representing Durango, Colorado. And now we've gotten many, many minutes of Courtney Dauwalter descending Mount Elden, looking like she has not run at all.
And really fantastic drone footage too. Thank you.
Somebody in the chat, do you have a toothbrush, kind sir? We know that Heather Jackson just got to the top of, or was real close to the top of Mount Elden. And that's a late change here. Courtney passed Heather sometime in the last handful of miles to move into 2nd place on the women's side. So, have you seen the owl? I'm looking for the owl.
There are 9 wonders of the world after Trevor.
And Courtney. And Rachel. Gonna keep adding people to that.
This. I think this is a camera up on Elden, getting a look down on Heather's last
Jackson.
few meters coming to the top.
Yeah, this is the very top. You
Yeah.
see those towers there.
If you haven't been up here, that look to the west, that's in a hour and a half or so. Beautiful sunsets out there. Beautiful spot to hike up and sit and relax.
Yeah, and it's great.
Right out that way. Look at that.
We can see everything because was it last year or the year before that there was a fire?
Mm-hmm. There it is. There's a thank you, cameraman person.
Shad.
Oh, thank you, Shad.
Shout out Shad with the views from the very top of Elden.
Shad gets in a lot of action and not a lot of sleep on Cocodona week.
Yeah,
like
we
the
need
rest
to
of us.
give him some love too. He often runs runners in previous Cocodona years from the hospital to the finish line, and then goes back and does it over and over again for 30 miles or so.
All right, Heather Jackson on the final little summit road here.
Let's go, HJ. Yeah, you can go back and watch these finishes if you missed it. But yes, someone put in the chat, that is correct. 40,000 people watched and there were a lot, they're live too, as Rachel Entrykin finished the race.
Oh my gosh, it was like 10 deep along Cocodona Alley.
Oh man, and this is Heather Jackson.
Taking a moment.
Wow.
Up at about 9,300 feet. Highest point on the course.
She is just doing so incredible.
Some fans in the chat. Heather has lots of fans. An incredibly infectious, positive attitude. One of the best smiles you'll ever see.
Yep, recent winner of the Desert Rats 100K just a few weeks ago. She also ran the big Alta 50K this year. But those were just a warm-up for this, and then what will be the rest of an amazing 2026 season of racing, both trail races and some very, very long gravel bike races, and I think a bike pack, a couple thousand miles long, no big deal.
Now, she's gone most, if not all, of the day without poles.
Yeah, and I think may have heard that was a regrettable decision. But those are things that then you change next time. You learn. I like poles at certain points.
I mean, and she's got the blessing here. We know she's struggling with fatigue and so forth, but she's got enough time to get down it with plenty of daylight.
I mean, I've been so impressed with, how Heather has learned since she came into the sport, when she first started a couple years ago with trail and ultra running, not ever going longer than, what a marathon distance, because she had been in triathlon world, and then jumping right into the deep end, saying she wasn't very good at technical running, and then, a couple years later showing up at UTMB and placing top 20.
Yeah.
Just so much, she wants to learn how to be the best at whatever she's doing. And it's been really cool to see her development over the last few years, and her having almost a second career, beyond triathlon, in something she thought might just be fun to try out. But man, has she shown up.
And I remember in those first two early races, Javelina and Black Canyon, chatting with her. She was like, "This is so cool. You guys are so great."
Yeah, huge
She
zest
really
for
was
life.
Massive zest for life.
I mean, she was fifth at CCC.
Yeah.
Fifth place at what is arguably the most competitive 100K in the entire world.
All right, we sort of have a little clock in our head here to get an idea of what Heather's lead over Meg Eert is when Meg gets around to the summit. We would expect her to be the next person up here.
Yeah, I mean, Megan Eckert really, really showing up.
Yeah.
Executing very well, consistent throughout this entire race, and running so strong in the second half of it. She is a 6-day pending ratification, 6-day world record holder, running just around 100 miles per day for 6 days. Yeah, I think we'd call the podiums the top 3 and top on each side, the men's
Yeah.
and women's side. Is that, I don't
Yeah.
know if we have an official,
We
you know,
typically-
going 5 deep, but I would say
No.
podium is, for Cocodona would be the top 3 on the men's and women's side.
Anne Marie Cruz making a good point. Anne Marie of Ultra Sign Up. The thing that a lot of these great front end athletes have in common is a great attitude. Absolutely. When you think of, for example, Rachel, Courtney, Heather, Meg, they all have great.
And we heard
attitude.
that from Dan. You know, that was very much Dan Green's story too. You know, he had I ran with him 200 miles into this race. He had a heck of a good attitude. He was having a blast. He was like enjoying being out there with his friends and his crew. And he was like, man, this is cool. This is awesome. I love this. Like, you gotta have that. These are the kind of races that, yeah, not staying with it mentally, not staying in a positive mindset can make it go south real quick.
Our drone is zooming out and give you the bigger picture of Mount Elden, and now back to.
Oh, Jakob. No, this is Heather. This is Heather.
This is Heather.
Yep.
On the first little part.
This is Heather Jackson, 3rd place female right now, starting to make her way down Mount Elden.
Next to the finish could be Joe McConaughey, could be Courtney. Courtney's closing on Joe, as far as we can tell. Heather behind Courtney, and then Meg Eert closing in on the top of Mount Elden. Also, a little further back, we saw Jeff Garmeyer just a few minutes out from Wildcat. And in between them, we have Zach Howard, Jeff Browning, and Eder Ramirez, all in various spots moving towards and or up Elden. Next into Wildcat would likely be Michael McKnight. I think we're back on the right. I think we're back at Wildcat. Wildcat is a key aid station at mile 234, after which runners have to run without a pacer to the finish. So that's another reason to really make sure you have everything dialed in when you leave there. So taking a little extra time to make sure it's dialed in is really smart.
Trevor is unable to detach himself from the studio. All right, you're everyone's hero, Trevor. He's going to fix the finish line audio. doing the Lord's work for all of us here.
You heard it here first. Trevor is signing off, but he's not actually going home. He's going to go fix the audio glitch at the finish line.
Everyone loves Trevor.
Everyone loves Trevor.
Someone who went to high school with Joe is in the chat. I went to high school with Joe, and he was an amazing runner then and even more amazing now. Yeah, we learned what he has a 4:12 mile time. What can't he do?
Yeah.
Finally got himself a golden ticket after about 8 tries
That
at Black
was so
Canyon.
much fun to see that.
It was. It was just, this multi-year quest that was achieved, and then he ran Western
He
States.
had so many close calls, so many thirds, fourths.
People want us to interview Trevor at the finish. Trevor's the GOAT. Thank you for fixing the dang audio. We love Trevor.
If he can fix the audio, he deserves a belt buckle.
How about we just give him job security? We've definitely retained Trevor for another couple of years. This is his.
All right, we're hopefully going to get eyes on Joe coming into Trinity Heights.
Yep.
Breaking Bad.
We think we've got Joe, Trinity Heights.
Finish line audio is intimidated by Trevor. Trevor's just going to look at the finish line video, and it's going to be fixed.
VIT, very important, Trevor.
This is the long parking lot coming into Trinity Heights.
Yeah, and so this
And
is
here's Joe.
Joe McConaughey.
Get a timestamp on this clock. We're at 60:47.
He's trotting. He's running. Tracy Dauwalter.
Put the drone on Trevor fixing the mic.
Is Courtney's mom's name Tracy?
I don't know. Want to ultrasign up it?
Tracy Dauwalter 3128 is in the chat and donated for it.
Thank you, Tracy.
I would imagine she's here. That's what Blip Captain said is Courtney's mom in the chat.
Blimp Captain doesn't miss a thing.
For those who don't know, that lives on, that we were going to create an Air Avipa blimp.
Air Avipa.
Air Avipa. That was the mastermind of Finn Melanson and Brett Hornig when they were on the mic a few years ago. They even started raising money for the for a blimp that did not yet exist.
Joe looks good. He made quick. He got right out of there, and he's hiking like an experienced power hiker.
People saying that is indeed Courtney's mom. If so, thank you. And I'm sure you are super proud of your daughter.
All right. Still got Heather on the left coming down one of the steep pitches. You can see that one right there. And on the right, we're not sure who this is in Wildcat, but they're doing a little. Only Trevor can bring daylight savings to Arizona. Hi, Courtney. Lots of hi, Courtney's moms.
Okay, wow, this is Meg Eert.
All right.
Getting to the top of Elden. She is not that far away from Heather.
No. By the time she tops out, it would maybe be 20 minutes.
I mean, this could come down to
It
the
really
wire
could
with
come down.
the descent down Elden, and if Meg is able to move.
Again, Heather went over the top about 10 minutes ago, if I'm remembering correctly. I should have written it down, but I didn't. All right, to set the table for you from Trinity Heights, Joe McConna just went through Trinity Heights, so he's less than 4 miles from the finish. After him is Courtney. We'll probably get eyes on her when she gets through. And this split screen, thank you guys, is fantastic. On the left is Heather Jackson navigating one of the steepest pitches of that descent. And on the right, Meg Eert on the last few meters of the climb up to the top of Elden.
Meg's also not using poles.
Yeah. She hasn't, I don't think, well, the times we've seen her, I haven't seen her with poles at all. Can we have Trevor interview Courtney at the finish? Zach is in Wildcat. Thank you. We got at least got that in the chat. That might be the
Zach Hauer?
That might be Zach. Yeah.
Zach Hauer, who is up there in the top 3 for a long time in the race. I got a text from him that he messed up his, quote unquote, messed up his knee last night. And I was thinking, man, what does that mean? You're going to drop? What's going on? I'm so sorry. And he said, no, it doesn't, it just hurts when I run. So I'm going to power hike this thing, and power hike it he has.
Yeah, that's
to
fantastic.
Stay up there.
Yeah.
Get it completed. Someone who's never run more than 100 miles before, and a fast 100 miles. No, it was a 13:30 at Javelina. That was his longest race to date. He is the co-founder of Open Fuel.
Can Trevor help with all the work I've put off this week?
Yeah, he'll be right over. We'll send him over right after this.
You're at, questions about the winners of the MBA, the Mingus Basketball Association. Those winners have been determined, but we've decided we're going to wait until the commissioner of the league,
Kevin
Goldberg, is on commentary tomorrow, and he'll be able to provide you with all the results. Kevin's going to come on and take my place for the rest of the week starting tomorrow, and so I'm sure he'll be ready and able to enthusiastically talk about the results of the MBA. So just wait another day and we'll get all kinds of love. I will say, having gone up to Mingus yesterday, it was really, really fun to see almost every 250 runner stop to take their shots. It was, and now they weren't necessarily shooting very well, but they were taking their shots.
And shout out to Peter Noyes, Kevin Goldberg's co-host, who ran the Bradshaw Brute this year, and then proceeded to go take over at Mingus after running the race. He finished the race. Looks like it was 35 hours and 45 minutes that he did that in. And he is a finisher of the Bradshaw Brute 100, also the co-host, and is going to take over for Kevin over at Mingus so he can come into the studio.
All right, here we go. Meg Eert coming to the top of Elden. It's about 18 minutes behind when Heather Jackson arrived here. So this, I think, is Zach in Wildcat.
Is he sitting in the or standing up there with the pink on?
Here's Meg.
He is a tall dude. I think he's about 6'4", 6'5". So, yep. Okay, confirmation.
You got the
Zach
thumbs up
Hauer.
on that?
Zach Hauer on the right in Wildcat aid station, and Meg Eert on the left, cresting Mount Elden. Running.
Yep, running at 9,300. She lives in Santa Fe, no biggie. All right, there's a couple of races on as we are going to be doing a shift in our commentary teams in just a couple of moments. 2 races on, Joe McConaughey trying to hold off Courtney Dauwalter down on the flats, and Heather Jackson trying to hold off Meg Eert on the gnarly descent down Elden. The podium for the women is in play between Meg and Heather. I think Courtney is safely in second. And here we are back down at the Wildcat parking lot. Four finishers so far. Rachel Entrekin in course record time. Killian Korth and Cody Poskin also under the previous course record. And DJ Fox all in the house. The first 3 all under 60 hours.
First 4.
Oh, DJ was, first 4 all. Yeah, he was
59.30.
That's
Under
right.
59.30.
Under 59.30.
Yep.
All 4 under 60 hours.
4
I'm
runners
sorry.
under 59.30. Just absolutely incredible runs.
Zach Hauer.
Getting packed up, and we promise we will bring you coverage of all these athletes as we have it. We got lots of different cameras, and man, you know, we want to show everyone that we possibly can as we get eyes on whether it's Joe or Courtney coming up here. We will be sharing all of that footage right now. There's a lot of hugs happening. This is like celebration time. Got the poles out, petting some dogs. Wildcats 234.
Yep.
Leaving mile 234. And this is going to be a pacerless section, so they're giving him lots of good wishes, sending him on his way for the adventure toward Mount Elden.
And the crew is like, oh, okay, we can sleep.
Nap time. Nap time for the crew.
I love the humor that sometimes emerges in the chat. You know, we get all the, can we get a camera on Courtney? Can we get a camera on Trevor? They might not have been kidding.
Everyone wants to. It's better if we leave it elusive and no one knows what he looks like, just like Liam made Station Fireball back there.
Requesting a Trevor cam. Might not be a bad idea. All right, Corinne, I think our work here is done. We've had quite an adventure.
Well, all right. That was that flew by.
What do you take away from our 7 hours?
Whew, ultra running's cool.
You're like
That's what I
you're
take.
like your podium of.
Okay, the podium of things. Rachel Entrekin is unstoppable. Courtney Dauwalter can descend like a boss, and everyone should come do Cocodona.
I love it. I love it. You know, my podium's going to be of unexpected things. That Cody Poskin interview. That Cody, the gold medal on the gold medal podium is the Cody Poskin interview. You know, I knew Courtney was the greatest of all time, but seeing that just on that incredible drone footage coming down that mountain, having gone down that mountain several times, it literally sort of, I was like, that is a master at work. I mean, it's like if I had gone back in time and be able to see Babe Ruth play baseball, you know, really. Yeah. No, if you say it out, it's no quarter. It's
spelling out swear words encouraging to do. Also, one more thing, you were talking about Courtney's descent, and whether or not that would be a course, a segment record of some sorts. Talking about whether or not her Strava, she uses it. Oh, we know she uses it. The question is what it's going to look like when it is made public. And I've had a term for that. I've been bottled up for years. The Dowpocalypse.
Dowpocalypse.
That's way back. I was calling it Courtney Christmas, but the Dowpocalypse sounds really good.
Very
It's
good.
more so because of everybody else's Strava's ability to get
All the emails that are gonna, it's gonna
Yeah.
break the internet.
Yeah.
All right. And my third one.
Yes.
It's not unexpected, but I think the magnitude of it and the way in which she did it might have been a little unexpected, and that's Rachel Entrekin. I think she took the lead earlier than I thought she would. She held it, and then when it got a little bit close, going into Munns, and it was cold and muddy, and she stretched it back out again. She was like, someday it's going to happen, but today is not going to be my day. And she put the hammer down.
Yeah.
Man, that was great.
That was so fun. And we are going to probably go over and hang out at the finish line because we just can't stop watching this thing. But we are going to turn it over to the hands of the very capable Chris Warden and Hillary Yang. And thank you so much. Stay right there because we've got some really cool things happening. So many people getting ready to come into the finish line in the next few hours here. And we're going to be here all the way through Saturday. So stay with us. This is Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. And we will be right back with you for Corinne Chalvoy and AJW signing off after this ad break. You will be joined by Chris Warden and Hillary Yang.
We'll see you all tomorrow.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. We are in the midst of following runners heading down Mount Elden and into the streets of downtown Flagstaff, where they will be hitting Heritage Square to bring their Cocodona 250 journey to a close. I'm Chris Warden, and to my left, Luke J. To my right, Hillary Yang. First of all, I think the two of you deserve a round of applause for all of the work you've been doing on course so far. Thank you, both of you. Great work out there.
Oh, thank you, Chris. I mean, that is kind of funny. It's like the field team finally got set a flag, right?
Yeah, lots of hours spent on rough dirt roads, so appreciate it.
Well, both of you did a great job following the runners very closely, interviewing crews, pacers, people hanging out at aid stations. I love to see it. And with the propers out of our way, let's jump right back into the field here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Of course, as you can see on the Coros clock in the upper right-hand corner, we are just over 61 hours in. And a couple years ago, we'd still be waiting for the finishers.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of blows my mind right now. Like, not even dark, and we should have our women's podium in the next couple hours. It's been so fun because I feel like there's been so many people at downtown Flag. I mean, Luke and I have been over at the finish line this afternoon, getting to interview our top runners so far, and it's awesome to see.
Yeah, it's been great to watch the limits of ultra running endurance be pushed over the course of the last couple of days, of course, culminating in the Rachel Edrican overall win, which, obviously recency bias plays a part in our perception of things. However, I don't think it's necessarily that far out of the realm of possibility to say that it's one of the best performances that we've seen ever.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it is up there. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, a race of this level with a female taking the overall win with that stacked of a field.
All right, guys, we got my mic fixed. Can you all hear me now?
I can hear you just great. I could hear you before because you're sitting next to me.
That's true. No.
But now the crowd, the folks at home can hear you.
Yes. Well, I mean, just what you guys are saying, I echo that. It's so freaking exciting to be here right now. I feel like this afternoon has been historic on every level. I can't stop smiling. I've had this perma grin on my face. The energy has been so palpable. And the rest of our superstars coming in are just like incredible athletes, each and every one of them, and getting to see the footage of them coming down Elden, going up Elden, this whole section, and then coming into the finish line. I feel like we have a few close races to come.
Yeah, I think we do as well. And of course, you're going to be heading, Hillary, over to the finish line shortly to welcome in Courtney Dauwalter.
Yeah, Courtney, Heather, Meg, I'm going to be there for the ladies and really excited to catch them. The fun thing about being based at around Flagstaff a couple blocks away from the finish line is it's easy for us to bop over there.
That's absolutely correct. We are a 3-minute walk from the finish line, and that is one of the things that's really great about our hosts for the broadcast studio for the 2026 Cocodona edition, and that is, Run Flagstaff. The local nexus of the running scene here in Flagstaff, being extremely gracious hosts. And I also want to give a quick little shout out. Flattery, bribery, and feeding us will get you everything. Thanks to Pizza Coletta for bringing over a stack of pies to help us get through this evening.
Absolutely. I just want to call out our cool drone footage of Heather making her way down Elden right now, because I do think this is our battle to watch right now. I mean, we have a couple battles, and I want to talk about Courtney and Joe, because I think that's an interesting one. But Meg Eert was only about 15 minutes away from Heather at the top of Mount Elden. Neither one of them seemed like they were running off the top like Courtney was. Courtney hit the top running.
Yeah.
As she put her poles away, and she was on a mission. And I feel like, this is going to be an interesting battle. It's going to be a battle of who can handle this technical downhill.
Yeah, 100%. I saw on the live stream when we were at the finish line, Meg ran a little bit, kind of coming up and over the crest of the hill, which was cool to see. And if I'm just doing an eye test from watching the big screen, I think Meg might have been moving a little bit better than Heather. But yeah, it's fun to have a race within the race. Also, for those top spots.
Yeah, totally. Like, this is the podium that we're talking about for the women. I have a feeling if Meg Eert comes up behind Heather Jackson, she's not going to give that up lightly.
No, Heather's a competitor. And yesterday, I think it was, maybe it was Monday, I don't know. Everything's a blur at this point. I was talking to Luke Nelson, Heather's coach, and he said nobody works harder than Heather. So, she's a competitor, racing at the top echelon in pro triathlon for many years. She's grit for sure. And something that I thought was really interesting too that Luke had told me was when she left when she left the aid station at Fane Ranch, heading out, her mindset was like, this is all unknown. Like, I'm here for the experience. Everything from here on out is unknown. And I'm just going to discover myself and discover my limits and see what we can do.
Well, that's the fascinating thing, the dichotomy in the backgrounds between our potential F3 and F4 Heather Jackson and Meg Eert, because Meg has gone so much further, so much longer than this in previous events, having run 526 miles, a pending world record for the 6-day at the Dome last year, also going over 350 miles. That's 3.5 days at a backyard. And Heather topping out at a, quote, only 100 miles. I would never make light of that, but it's a huge step up to go from 100 to 250. And frankly, in Heather's case, we have watched this rapid progression in distance from jump.
Yes, absolutely. And I've said this all along, Heather Jackson is a student of the sport, and she has learned, I think, something from every single race that she's tackled to bring it in here, to pull it all together, to execute a race of this magnitude, this distance, pulling together the runnable with the technical, with the just length of the ultras and the time on feet. It's so impressive. This is one heck of a debut for Heather Jackson. I got to say, either way, I'm just blown away by her performance. And I know a lot of people sort of question, can she do this? We're only 61 hours elapsed on the clock right now, guys. These times are incredible. These women are going to finish in the low 60s, which until last year, we didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. And as we mentioned before, as you mentioned, Hillary, you're going to be heading over to the finish line to catch those interviews with our next couple of female finishers. As we can see, Heather Jackson making the descent down Mount Elden. And we are awaiting eyes on our next competitors that we expect in, Joe McConna and Courtney Dauwalter. And as soon as we have eyes on those two, we will be definitely bringing you that coverage. I would assume we're probably going to pick them up perhaps around Buffalo Park, or maybe as they hit Beaver Street. But it's not going to be long before we see the two of them as we follow their final approach as they bring their Cocodona 250 journey to a close.
Well, and I would say, looking at the tracker right now, Joe's tracker last pinged 20 minutes ago, and he is already through Trinity Heights. So he just has a couple more miles to go, and he should be really hitting the stride. So we should have some good footage of Joe McConna String Bean for you guys soon. And I know he is a fan favorite and also just an incredible good human, right? And rallied hard. When I saw him last night at Sedona, when he went and took a 90-minute nap, I was like, oh boy, it's one of those ones where Joe looked particularly rough. And so to see him come back today and just pick people off all day, I'm really, really stoked for him.
Looks like we got a shot of Courtney
there.
Coming in.
Courtney Dauwalter coming into the final aid station of the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. This is the Trinity Heights aid station on the edge of town, kind of nestled up against the base of Elden.
All smiles. I'm sure she's pretty stoked to be off of that technical trail and able to relax a little bit.
Of course, this is basically a last way station for the runners. Usually the stops here tend to be pretty truncated in the front of the pack. Now maybe, come Thursday evening, Friday afternoon, we'll start to see people take a little bit more time here. But the Trinity Heights aid station stop tends to be pretty short for most of them because it is under 4 miles to the finish line. But you can see Courtney, not looking hurried or trying to rush through things. So, she seems to be very comfortable with where she's at. But then again, one thing I've learned from watching Courtney at many races is that she doesn't sell if she's stressed at all.
No, but you're right. She is taking a minute. She put some hand sanitizer on. She's washing her face. She's doing that little reset. But again, she'll be in and out of here in under 2 minutes total, right? All those things considered. This is really the aid station that just sort of gives you enough water to get to the finish line. This point, you're going to make it there on adrenaline alone. I don't think anyone's going to DNF at Trinity if they can help it.
Yeah, that finish line is pulling you hard at this point, right? You want to get out of there as quick as you can, not to necessarily try to stay in front of somebody. That could be the case, but most likely you want to get out of there as quick as possible so you can get to the finish line as quick as possible.
Yeah, and it's been really fun for those of you who followed Courtney's race to see her really charge up Elden and then to see her charge down the other side. I know Corinne and AJW, who were on before us, were saying that she by far looked like she was the fastest going down Elden. She was like trying to drop the drones, you know?
Absolutely. Of course, Courtney is going to be heading towards that pipeline crossover trail that's going to connect her to the segment of the AZT that's going to lead her into Buffalo Park and then to the streets of Flagstaff.
Yeah, I wonder if she's got a headlamp on her or not. I know Heather's crew, they said that they kind of threw her headlamp at her last minute as she headed out of the last crew aid station just in case, but hopefully not needed. But, you know, we've got about, another hour of daylight, and it will start to get a bit darker in the trees sooner. So I'm sure she's hoping she's well and across the finish line by the time we hit sunset, and I think at this rate she will be.
Yeah, you're going to still need sunglasses to get over there.
Yeah. I mean, Courtney always, right? It's a signature.
Between the two of you, having followed some of these front of the pack runners, we're going to be seeing Joe Stringbean McConaughey. We just saw Courtney. We'll have pickup cameras, hopefully as they're hitting Buffalo Park and the streets of Flagstaff, and I hope those follow cams are ready. But what have you seen in terms of how they have either held up or maybe broken down bit by bit as you've seen them on the course? Because the two of you have seen them from Crown King all the way up to now Elden and down on the descent. What have you two seen?
Yeah, I would say you see it all. Some of them you see and they look pretty wrecked, and then the next time you see them they look great. And so I've never done a 200-miler race, but I've done plenty of hundreds, and it's kind of par for the course. You're gonna have those highs and those lows, and so you got to kind of ride the wave when you feel good, and just kind of manage the lows. So it was cool to see. Like, I know we were talking about Stringbean because he's approaching the finish, and I was talking to his crew last night at Munns Park, and he slept for, I think it was an hour and a half. And I would say out of all the finishers, these top finishers, he probably took the longest nap or sleep. And so it's pretty interesting when you start thinking about the sleep strategy, because an hour and a half seems like a really long time. But we saw him moving really, really well.
I mean, yeah, an hour and a half might seem long relative to Rachel's 18 minutes of combined dirt naps, but in the grand scheme of how long they've been moving for, not at all. And I know Heather Jackson, I think her crew said she's maybe gotten 40 minutes of sleep, and she was really struggling with the sleep demons, I think, heading up Elden, which, again, not having pacers just adds a whole element of challenge, which for Rachel, it was really fun to hear her at the finish line sort of embracing that moment. And I almost think it made her faster. She's so self-motivated at that point that it was really fun to see her just charging away. But it's really, really all around impressive. And so just incredible to see these athletes go through the highs and lows. And I think we have seen the lows. Sedona, for me, I don't know about you, Luke, but for me, I did see everyone looking a little bit low energy there. And that was the moment at 160 miles into the race where it was like, oh, we still have 90 miles to go.
Yeah.
But then there's just so many times where you're sort of moving through that, and then you feel great again, and the world is new. And that's the roller coaster that is running 250 miles.
Yeah, it's so wild. When we were at Munns Park last night, got a shot of Joe coming in. I see a little grin on his face. He's going to be stoked to be done and be at the finish line pretty soon. But back to what I was saying, when we were at Munns Park, that's at 190, 193, depending on who you're talking to. But I believe it's at 190. So, the runners have 60 miles to go from Munns Park. And I would say, Rachel, Killian, and Cody, it was 1, 2, 3 in that order. Late last night, it was raining, it was cold. None of them looked good. They all had to problem solve. And it was cool to just see. And even Rachel, when she came in, she was cold. she was not feeling good, but she just kind of gave her crew that little smile, like, we'll be fine, you know?
Yeah.
And that's really cool to see. And then Killian was dealing with his glutes, and it was like, hey, we got to take some time to try to get my glutes to loosen up. And watching him walk out of Munns Park was brutal. I mean, I was feeling for the guy.
He was leaning really hard, wasn't he? That limp was aggressive.
It was a very aggressive limp. So, you know, you see him and you're like, dude, the guy's got 60 miles to go. And just to see him kind of hold on for a second was just super impressive. And then Cody took the longest at Munns Park last night, and actually laid in a sleeping bag, put the sleep mask on, and then he woke up and he was kind of in that like, man, I just don't want to get up and get going mode. And his crew was like, come on, Cody, like you got to get up and go. But he was joking, not quite as delirious as he was when I talked to him at the finish line, but he was a little out of it, but he was in good spirits. So, you know, one thing I would say that I've noticed with many of these top runners is the ability to stay positive. It's even in the lowest of low spots, they can crack a joke, smile. Their crew is comfortable enough with them to make some jokes. You know, it's not dead serious.
And there we have Eder Ramirez, who's topping out at the top of Elden. Eder is someone that we've chatted about on the broadcast over the last few days. But speaking of endlessly positive and just always such a class act to everyone he sees in the aid stations, thanking the volunteers, interacting with them. He's got his kids and his family out on the course, and he always has time for them. Look at that, big smiles as Eder hits the top of Elden. Really,
it's like he's not even racing right now. He's just hanging out at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, he is a crowd favorite and just such good energy. Every time I saw him, and just anytime people talked about him, it was just like the dude's got a big smile on his face and just ekes positivity.
Look at that, taking time to have a little chat. I love it.
It's cool.
Soaking in the moment. Yeah, he's a good guy. I mean, we'll see what his finishing time ends up being, but honestly, all of these guys are still moving ahead of their previous paces. And I know Eder, he's had a challenging race, but he's still putting together a really good race at the same time. And Luke, just what you were saying about the whole kind of positivity that we're seeing at the front of the field, I think we are starting to see that being used as a bit of a secret weapon.
Totally.
And Rachel, you know, we were talking about that at the finish. She was sort of like, at first it was a fake it till you make it, and then it almost becomes muscle memory.
Yeah.
And I think that is the secret sauce. It's like, everything's worse if you complain about it, right? As soon as you say it out loud, I always say that. Like, as soon as you acknowledge it, then you've given voice to it. And so all these athletes, I think, are really doing a good job of just acknowledging, like, yeah, it's really hard, but,
yeah,
you know,
a
we're
quote
happy to be
I heard
here.
years ago that I love is nothing worth complaining about.
Yeah.
We always have something to complain about, but at the end of the day, nothing worth complaining about. So, yeah, it's cool to see, because I think that they're maybe a little bit more of like the old school mindset is just kind of like, you know, grit it out, be tough, you know, poker face, you know, be the tough guy, be the tough girl. And I think maybe that people are just being a little more authentic and leaning into like the positivity is really cool to see, because it's powerful.
Yeah.
As you can see, Joe Stringbean McConaughey has hit the streets of Flagstaff, making his way towards the hospital. Going to make a left-hand turn coming up here and head down Beaver Street for about half a mile, 6/10 of a mile, and going to make the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports. My first opportunity to remind people that it is not the third turn at Daytona or rounding third at Yankee Stadium. It is indeed the left on Birch at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra, the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports.
I don't know. He looks like he's sort of hesitant in the crosswalk there. There he goes.
So I was following Rachel as she came in. Not quite the same approach to a crosswalk.
She's like, they will stop for me.
Pretty much. I was doing a little bit of backup follow filming. Apologies to anybody who saw me on the camera. I was doing my best. But yeah, when Rachel came in, I positioned myself so I could be ahead of her for X amount of time. And then when we hit the crosswalk, I paused and she kept going. And all of a sudden I was behind her and there was no hope. So we'll see how Joe approaches the light at Beaver Liquor here in Flagstaff.
Yeah, it's great to see Joe running again too. Seeing him walk for a few minutes, it just shows you how tired these guys are. Like, they truly are pouring absolutely everything into this last few miles. For him, it must feel like the shortest, but also the longest few miles of the race, right? When you know you're so close to the finish line. But also seeing him pick up his crew and get to have this little celebratory lap with them. It's again, Joe is just such a great human, and I am so happy for him. Like, to finish in 61 and a half hours, or, you know, whatever the final time ends up being, is an incredible time at Cocodona 250. Like, I don't want to lose sight of how fast these guys are. Just because Rachel and Killian were faster today, these guys are still coming in unbelievable times that we never would have thought we'd see out here. And so many people, I mean, 3 people under the previous men's course record today, right? Like,
Unreal. Unreal.
Of course, Joe's history here has been a whole lot of success at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. In 2022, he was the first overall finisher with a time of 59:28. However, that course was wildly different as the race actually started in Prescott that year and did a loop of the Prescott Circle Trail rather than the ascent from Black Canyon City, which kept things starting at 5,000 feet earlier, however, also knocked out several thousand feet of climb. And in 2024, he returned in a race chronicled by the film The Chase, and finished 4th overall with a time of 64:03:02. He's going to come in under that by about 2 hours, probably 2 hours and 15 minutes, maybe 2 hours and 20 minutes this year. But congratulations to Joe Stringbean McConaughey, now going to be a 3-time finisher, 3-time top 5 finisher at the Cocodona 250.
yeah, I mean, he's joining Rachel in the triples club for sure. And yeah, really, really fun to see him, like you said, running a couple hours faster than his PR. So that's got to feel really good for Joe.
Yeah, Mr. Consistent. When you look at that and run through those stats, that's super impressive.
And Joe was kind of lying low the first day and a half of the race. He really actually surprised me. I figured we would have seen him more prominently featured on the podium level, the leaderboard. That is Joe on your right. That is the incomparable Courtney Dauwalter on the left, making her way. This is actually just heading out from the entrance to Buffalo Park. There's a diagonal canyon trail between her and the streets of Flagstaff. This is only maybe a quarter mile, half mile segment from here for her to get to the streets.
Yeah, it's hard to mistake that gait, right? I feel like she's got a very distinctive running gait. Even now when she's so exhausted, there's a lot more arm swinging happening in these last few miles, right? As the runners are sort of using their entire bodies to get to the finish line. But yeah, she looks really smooth still. See,
Joe took a stop at the crosswalk here.
Safety first.
It is a I guess personal choice there. Of course, Joe passing the one of the landmarks of the Cocodona course, the final few miles, Beaver Liquor, and going to be heading down Beaver Street here for again about 6-7 more blocks. Going to take that left on Birch over LaRue Street down to Cocodona Alley, take that hard right and head down the chute to finish his 3rd Cocodona 250. And our other runner feature here, Courtney Dauwalter, going to get that first Cocodona finish. Of course, last year came out and started out on an absolutely feverish pace. But the race drew to a close, obviously far earlier than anybody would have hoped. But this year, it looks like she pushed through some complications, some difficulty, kept it going, and now is less than 2 miles from the finish here.
Yeah, I mean, talking to her crew when she went through Mingus, which is where she had to drop last year, I know that was a pretty significant moment for her and for them, and they said they kept that aid station as tight as they could to get her out of there and like onto the next section. I want to hear a little bit of this audio from the street if we can. This is from Courtney,
this is
all
Courtney's
right.
audio.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of the race, you see hands on knees for Courtney for sure, right? Like it must feel like a pretty steep uphill at this point. She just wants to go downhill to the finish.
Yeah, and it was good to see her running up until it looked like it steepened up a little bit, and then hands on the knees with, just that good old power hiking up there. So, it's a grind for sure. But she's
fabulous. Hell yeah,
she's moving really well.
Oh, I was mistaken. Courtney is actually on the pipeline trail right here. This is not the connector to Buffalo Park. She's actually getting to Buffalo Park here shortly.
Nice, right back at
it. Courtney's trying to drop our cameras again. Maybe the heavy breathing is coming from them. It looks like they're working hard to keep up.
Well, from here, the hardest part of the trail is done, so I think our bikes are going to be able to roll on some flat and downhill ground here.
There you go.
Yeah, and guys, obviously we're watching Courtney and Joe come into the finish line pretty carefully right now, but I will just say that race for the women's podium third place spot is highly exciting, and it looks like Courtney and Meg and Heather are almost on top of each other right now. So we'll keep you posted on that, but keep that in the back of your mind because that's going to be a bit of a battle.
Of course, what's happening here is Courtney is going to take this trail. I've done this trail several times. She just came off the pipeline, and there's a little connector to Buffalo Park. For those that aren't familiar, if you want to do some sightseeing in Buffalo Park, in Flagstaff, and watch some Olympians do some strides and take on some flat terrain at 7,000 feet, Buffalo Park is the place to do it.
Yeah, I feel like course segments in Flagstaff are hard to come by. There's just so many crushers that live out here.
Yeah, if you're trying to go after Strava segments in Flagstaff, you're challenging multiple-time Western States winners. You're challenging Olympians. You are really going after the tall timber.
Yeah, lots of cheers all around. You can see Joe's crew is getting pretty stoked to be making these final turns. And you see more people on the streets to cheer him on. It's just so fun. Like, it's a great little party lap this last couple miles.
Yeah, I think too, as this race becomes more popular, as more and more elite level athletes gravitate towards these longer races, and it just becomes even more kind of specialized. This really feels obviously like a very historical year because of how deep the field is. But there's a lot of interesting chat around training, right? Like how much volume is too much volume? What kind of training is appropriate for a 250-mile race? Like there's so many variables. Do you need to focus on vert?
Joe just took the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, that left on Birch.
There you go.
Right on.
All right, please continue.
No,
he's about
you're
2 blocks out. He's going to cross LaRue Street, head up a few more steps to Cocodona Alley, take a hard right, and be at the Cocodona finish line. We will pick up Courtney momentarily as she enters Buffalo Park, but right now the moment is belonging to one Joe Stringbean, new father McConaughey.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of sleep deprivation, I feel like that has given him maybe a little bit of a boost this year, right? Like
this is probably the most sleep he's gotten in weeks.
Yeah, he took that 90-minute nap, and he's like, because I can, you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure his perspective has changed. He's still, able to compete at a high level, but at the same time also, balancing being a parent. So, of course, yeah, he's coming up right now. Our camera person, I'm kind of curious how they're going to handle this. I know they're shooting over shoulder here because Joe's about to take a hard right.
With a stop for a hug, important.
This is great.
Aw, that's cool. Little moment with the crew before he comes into the finish line.
2022 Cocodona 250 champion this year, finishing in the fifth place for the second time, Joe Stringbean McConaughey.
Very cool. I love the crew pacer hugs and then last little bit by yourself. That's cool. Very classy by Joe.
Looks like about 6:35 p.m. So some quick math, 61:35, maybe about 27. Congratulations to String Bean.
We'll see if we can get that a little brighter for you guys, but still, you get the sense of how many people are there at the finish line for Joe right now, and pretty special to see him. I love the faux baby. That was a nice touch.
Yeah, little nod to his little one.
And we'll get this camera adjusted here momentarily. Oh, there we go with another perspective. Looks like that's our follow cam shot. As you can see, Joe being greeted and dragged by Steve Adderholt for a hug and that buckle presentation. Yeah, somebody was saying it's stoked that the crowd came back from. I have a feeling they never left.
No, the crowd didn't leave. I mean, the crowd has been fantastic as well. Like, they really, all afternoon, everyone's been cheering on our first woman, and then all the guys that have finished so far. And it's, it's the special part of the sport. And if you're able to be there in person, I think you get that real moment. Although I have to say the live broadcast has been pretty amazing. And we have a big screen at the finish line with the broadcast on it. So actually you can hang out there, watch the broadcast, be part of that, and then be part of the moment as well.
Yeah, I'm sure the broadcast numbers, with the race being a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, help those numbers bump up as opposed to being on the weekend. But also just the highlight of so many people's weeks. I've gotten multiple texts from friends all over just commenting on the live stream and just how crazy the race was, and then obviously, super historic race. But look at this.
To this point, oh,
they better not
wonderful.
drop him, man. I don't know. This crew haven't had much sleep either.
Yeah, thanks to everybody who's been tuning in on the live stream. There's over 11,000 of you right now anxiously awaiting the Courtney Dauwalter finish here coming up momentarily as they let Joe down nice and easy. Yeah, take a load off, Joe. Just lay down right there. You got time.
There you go.
Courtney's not going to be in for at least another 10 minutes, so you're safe.
He needs a dirt nap. I mean, guys, speaking of that, I should probably get myself over to the finish line and get set up for Courtney.
Sure.
I'm getting so comfortable here. All right, I'm going to be at the finish line to get an interview with Courtney and then with Heather and Meg as they come in. So guys in the chat, if you have any questions, send them our way, and Chris and Luke can relay them to me, and we'll try to get a couple of those questions answered at the finish line. We'll see you there soon to celebrate the rest of our women's podium. And yeah, so stoked for Joe. This is a fun moment.
Awesome. Good luck. We will see you interviewing Courtney, and then really exciting race between Heather and Meg.
Could see Joe is speaking to Dylan Harris, who chronicled his 2024 race via the film The Chase. I highly recommend it. And Scott Rokas is the finish line photographer taking that after photo. And perhaps after he's done, Joe, if he wanted to have himself a beverage, he can head over to the Uptown Pub House right around the corner, owned by two-time Cocodona finisher Allie J. We got you set. We got you covered here in Flagstaff. All you got to do is get here, and you get to reap the benefits of a hard week's work.
There you go. I did see one really interesting question in the chat. Somebody said, how many zip codes did they go through during the race?
Oh, that's a fascinating question.
Maybe somebody...
But then again, they're not going through a ton of highly populated areas. As we are in... This is Buffalo Park. That is Courtney Dauwalter being flanked by, looks like an army of admirers here at this point.
Yeah, we got the whole, probably friends, maybe some crew, maybe some people just out on a jog. Didn't realize they would be running with Courtney for a little bit, and then the follow cam on the bike.
7:30? Not too shabby. I ripped the cable out of the last one on a branch, so I had to run back to the finish and get a new one. Because it wasn't just like the USB plug was just like in shreds.
Oh my god! Good job. Did you see Abby?
Yeah. Yep.
They probably don't know that 10,000 people are listening to their conversation as they
Thank you.
run in with Courtney, but it's cool to hear some
Pretty
sights
easy
and
job.
sounds.
Yeah,
Hear the sounds.
hopefully nobody's working glue out there.
Definitely the fastest finish I've done so far.
Yeah, less work on the brakes, right?
Yeah. He's the only one running when I found them.
Yeah.
Most people, the camera triggers them like, oh, I should probably run a little bit. Yeah. She was running when I found her.
Give a quick shout out to right between Courtney and Heather is Jakob, or Jacob, depending on how you want to say it, from Sweden. One of the Satisfy athletes that came over
Are you
and
back on your feet?
talking to some of the Satisfy
back
crew.
on my
He was
feet.
a little
I was
nervous.
just texted
Obviously,
that
he
the
hadn't
audio
run
is on
anything
right now.
longer
Okay.
than 100 miles, so this was a big unknown for him as well. And I
don't know
know
how
he
much
dealt with some
You want to hang out?
early issues with gear, not having some warm clothes, and, missing a drop bag or missing his crew, and just really just kind of problem solving as
hear
well.
about my
But
recovery.
he's steadily moved up
That's why
throughout the
they're
field
watching.
and has put himself in a really good position for a strong finish coming all the way from Sweden.
Somebody was asking about the number of zip codes they run through and said 10. I'm going to take the over because Prescott has over 100,000 people. Like it's a fairly decent sized community. Sedona a little bit smaller, but I don't know exactly where those borders are. As we see, Courtney has now hit the connecting trail from Buffalo Park that's going to lead her down into the streets of Flagstaff. I believe that's Switzer Canyon Trail. I actually am a big fan of heading out to Buffalo Park from the downtown Flagstaff area and taking Switzer Canyon back. I always see a lot of deer out there in that stretch. A lot of deer.
Yeah,
And all times of day, too.
Yeah, we saw quite a few deer going to the aid stations. One coyote, bunch of hawks.
No sweatshirts on this side and sweatshirts on that side. Pretty happy with
Yeah, Courtney's got maybe just a little over a mile to go at this point. I know because I went out and measured it this morning that the corner where she turns on to Beaver Street is at about 0.7. Switzer or Schweitzer, I've heard both pronunciations. I'm going to go with Switzer because it sounds more natural to me. Switzer Canyon Trail itself is not a long one. It's a short connecting trail that's less than a half mile. And then when she actually gets off of that trail, what will happen is she actually will be on Forest Avenue for about 2.5 blocks, get past the hospital here in Flagstaff. So she's, I would say just a little over a mile at this point.
Cool. Do we know who this is on the right? That we have the overhead shot of the crew working with their runner.
I am not sure. I don't think it'd be Jacob because he's past any crew interaction. I assume this is Walnut Canyon or Wildcat.
Hell yeah, Courtney. Great job.
Perhaps it's Garmeyer?
Oh, that could be. Yeah, that's probably correct.
Garmeyer on your right, Courtney Dauwalter on your left, approaching Forest Ave here in Flagstaff.
Looks like they're pulling out a emergency blanket. I wonder if he needs a little warm up.
You got this, Helmer. You're good. You can do it. I've been nervous about it all day, Courtney. I was like, we're gonna have to climb a hill. Hey, friend.
I'm afraid to talk now.
We can totally make this like this. Bob, I need. It's never enough. Wait, Colin's so right. Where's he going? Up?
We'll catch Courtney heading down the street. We'll bring her back on here as soon as we can get that camera back up. Looks like we've got audio but no video. But we've got Jeff Garmeyer here in the intern. We will catch Courtney as she hits Beaver Street here shortly.
The biggest at the moment.
Looking at that tracker too, it looks like Jakob is closing on Courtney, but I just don't know if he's got enough room. Yeah, not enough.
You're talking less than a mile in, and Jakob is probably about a half mile to a kilometer back.
You wouldn't be able to run that fast.
Yeah, and this last 6/10, 7/10 of a mile that Courtney has to go is fierce downhill on road.
Right.
So,
yeah, he has had an incredible second half of the race, so not taking anything away from him at all. But yeah, I don't think he's gonna have enough room to catch her.
Yeah, we're getting our backup follow cam out in the field. Of course, you just saw that person following string being in, so they probably had to grab themselves a quick breather, but doing yeoman's work heading back out onto Beaver Street so they can intercept Courtney for her final approach, as we're catching drone eyes on Jeff Garmeyer here at Wildcat 8 as he prepares for that final ascent up Elden.
Yeah. And I know I was chatting with Tara Dower a little bit last night at Munns Park when we were up there, because she was crewing, or not crewing, she was going to be pacing Jeff Garmeyer, and they were dropping off a car, and she got a ride up there just so she could see Rachel come through, which was really cool. She took the time to make the long drive all the way up there just because she wanted to see Rachel come through and cheer her on, and then got a ride back down to make sure she could pace Jeff.
Our follow cam has headed out onto the streets of Flagstaff, got to the hospital at the corner of Forest and Beaver Street, and is now going to be hanging out, bringing Courtney in to the finish of the Cocodona 250.
This has got to feel good for Courtney after a tough DNF last year, like you mentioned, taking out the race at a pretty hot pace. And, I remember hearing her talk about it, how just nothing was quite going right. It wasn't that she felt like she took out the pace too hot. It just was, her body and systems just weren't cooperating on that day. And so she made the decision to pull the plug last year. So this has to feel like some great redemption. And, no matter where you finish, if you're able to cross the finish line at Cocodona, 250 miles, there's an immense amount of pride finishing this race. First finisher to last finisher, everyone is going to feel that.
Yeah, somebody actually brought up, I guess, Trang to 187, mentioning it speaks volumes of Courtney that no matter where she finishes or if she finishes, she gets a lot of love. Of course, Courtney, had a winning streak that lasted several years. I actually joked with her during an interview previously, asking her about her 99th place finish when she paced her mom for the entirety of the Javelina 100K.
Yeah.
But, that notwithstanding, there have only been, you can count on one hand the number of times she's been beaten heads up in a race that she finished. And think about all of the celebration that was going on at the finish line for her 10th place finish at UTMB last year.
Right.
That tells you how much people recognize her contributions to the sport. And I'm going to put a quarter in the jar and just say, witnessing one of the true goats of our sport, you can, that is a barroom discussion over beverages that AJW and I would love to have with people, whether you consider Courtney Dauwalter and Trayson, or somebody else as your goat of ultra running or female ultra running, either or. But the fact that no matter where Courtney shows up, people are so enthusiastically behind her and excited for what she's doing. And this is no exception.
100%. Yeah, fan favorite for sure. Tons of Courtney fans out there. I see her cracking a smile. I think even at the most competitive end of ultra running, getting a finish is getting a finish. And so speaks volumes.
Of course, Courtney is heading down those final few blocks on Beaver Street. The streets, when you get to a certain point, actually count down in reverse alphabetical order. After she gets past Sullivan, they start to go, I think it's maybe Fine, Elm, Dale, Cherry, and Birch. So they go in reverse alphabetical. Well, there's one more in there. I just checked Hunt Street. But yeah, basically at this point about 6 blocks from the finish.
She's got quite the entourage with her. I believe the guy in the green shirt's Paul Terranova.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
I know that they're both Leadville residents, and Paul Terranova, an extremely stout runner in his own right.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who has been running at a very high level for many years. So if there's any old school ultra folks watching, they'll know who Paul Terranova is, or at least recognize that name.
Yeah, I've been around a long time, a lot of high profile, high place finishes all over the United States. Of course, Courtney adding yet another chapter to such an illustrious career, finishing on the podium here at the Cocodona 250. It's not her highest placement ever, but it is definitely one I'm sure she is still very proud of, regardless.
Yeah, placing's one thing. Placement, where you end up, some of that stuff is just beyond your control, because on the effort, especially in a 2.5-3 day effort, you can only do what you can do. And she put together a really solid performance, going to finish with an extremely respectable time that would have won outright most years at Cocodona.
Courtney crossing Elm Street. Just a couple more blocks, going to hit from Elm, going to cross Dale, Cherry, Birch. Actually, going to take that left at Birch, the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports. Head down Birch for 1 block, over LaRue Street, and then take a right down Cocodona Alley to the finish line. So yeah, just about 3.5 blocks at this point. And we are going to have Hillary Yang at the finish line. If Courtney is feeling up to it and ready to have a conversation, we will bring that to you here in short order. It's one of the things I do want to share with our audience is the fact that when we interview runners at the finish line, if they have just finished whether it be a 100K, 100-mile, 250-mile race, they're under no obligation to stop what they're doing and speak with us before they're feeling ready and composed to do so. We give them their option of when they want to do it. Sometimes, obviously, they're like, I need time. Other times they want to maybe just get it out of the way. I totally understand that as well.
Yeah.
Other times they're feeling that adrenaline. That was one of the things that amazed me. You know, we talked about Rachel Entricken earlier, our F1 overall champion, basically ready to do the interview right away. She stuck around that finish line for over 2 hours afterwards, taking pictures, signing autographs, kissing babies. Like she was. It felt like you were seeing a rock star.
Yeah, I saw her do all the above. Petting lots of dogs.
Yes.
You know, seeing lots of kids, signing hats. She was signing shoes, taking pictures. Really cool to see.
Most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, Courtney Dauwalter. Welcome to that left on Birch for the first time. Hopefully the first of several. Got plenty of time to do great things in her career still. Many years ahead of her yet. Coming up on LaRue Street, just a couple steps away. Being flanked by an entourage of fans, filmers. And here I mentioned crossing LaRue Street, coming up on the final few steps of the Cocodona 250 for one of the all-time greats, one of the unquestioned champions, great ambassadors for our sport, Courtney Dauwalter of Leadville, Colorado.
Huge.
Come around the corner and take your finish.
Super impressive performance. This puts Courtney 6th place overall, 2nd female finisher at the Cocodona 250. Gonna squeak in just under 62 hours. Great work from Courtney.
61:58:39 is what I'm eyeballing here for your F2, Courtney Dauwalter. Wanting her crew and posse to join her in the finish line celebration. Of course, as I mentioned, these people didn't come back. They never left.
Yeah.
They wanted to see Courtney.
100%. And I'm sure there were some people watching the live stream, especially if
Big hugs and big ups for that crew. As you know, it's never just one person.
Sixth place overall. Second woman in. That's so cool. It's amazing.
Super impressive run, especially, you know, dealing with the rough spots that everybody experiences and figuring out a way to make it happen, and then just having a really impressive especially last 60 to 80 miles from Courtney.
Yeah.
Really strong.
Looked like she did push through some things, and I'm sure that our interviewer on the scene, Hillary Yang, is going to ask her about it.
Yeah, can't wait to hear what Hillary's got for Courtney.
Greeted by
fan favorites and
Steve
Courtney
Adderall
Dauwalter
and Cocodona creator Jamil Curry.
Well, fantastic. Great.
Getting some love from Jubilee Page, the race director of Haviland 100. Scott Rokas. All the usual suspects ready to see her finish this race, and they were not disappointed.
Looks like 253 hugs.
Yep.
Congrats.
Testing, testing.
We have you.
Thank you. I blacked out. What happened? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I'm also falling over.
Hey, guys, I'm Billy. He's not
Big hug
pacing.
for
He
Mike
was like,
Ambrose,
trying to
one of the
make it in.
longtime
Yeah,
pacers and
okay.
training buddies.
Someone had to.
There you go. What a moment.
Couple of Cocodona champions.
Also looks dark on my side.
That's when it's like
That's your iris, though. You don't want No, I know. It's trying to stay fairly. If you turn it down too much, you won't have everything in focus.
Another historic year because this will have the second fastest time ever run by a female on the Cocodona course. So
Okay, Zach, audio and image should be better.
It's the hardware. One of the hardest earned belt buckles in the sport.
just making the rounds, saying hi to all the people. So many people she knows here. So many friends in the ultra community. Yeah, it was obviously super cool to see Rachel and Courtney have that moment together, and a few people in the chat asked why Rachel wasn't sleeping, and you know, sometimes it takes a while for that adrenaline to run off, and you don't get tired right away, but when it hits you later, it hits you.
I do know Rachel is quite tired, though. I did get a message from her saying, quote, "I'm really tired."
Totally gone, so
I bet, but I know she didn't want to miss this finish.
Great to see everybody out too. This is
And
really
I'm assuming she'll probably stick around for the
the
women's third place finish, the battle we have between Heather Jackson and Meg Eert.
Absolutely, and we do have Jakob Berg heading into town, probably just hitting the streets of Flagstaff. I know that our follow cams will be back out there to catch him. We've got Heather Jackson and Meg Eert in a duel. I would assume we'll be seeing one or both of them at Trinity Heights shortly. Followed not too far after that by Adair Ramirez, who is completing the Elden descent. Next up after that, we would expect to see Bronco Billy, Zach Hauer, and perhaps Jeff Garmeyer.
Jeff Garmeyer having a really good back half of this race as well.
Absolutely. It's like a celebratory beverage. Who handed that to her? AJW? Probably.
Do really quick then? Like, okay, all right.
That's awesome.
All right, guys, so we are hearing we have another runner coming in just a couple minutes, so we'll get a couple thoughts. Courtney, you can whisper to me, and then I'll pass it on to everybody. But first and foremost, just congratulations on a sub 62-hour Cocodona finish. Got to stop your watch now, Courtney. It's so great to see you. Just really quickly, what was the highlight of the race for you? What was something that was just really special about this year, other than finishing?
Let's try it. How's it sound? Ooh. Too much Cocodona.
Okay. Yeah. Sharing it with the crew. I mean, in Courtney's crew, look at Kevin, Courtney's husband, with the most incredible shirt you've ever seen. Absolutely, such a special part of this. And I mean, Courtney, I hope you felt the love out there, because all along the course, every aid station, I mean, just seeing the little girls out there watching you, just all the little moments. Like, I hope you felt that. Everyone was so excited to see you out there crushing it. And from our perspective, seeing you come over Elden and then the drone almost dropping you as you crushed that downhill, I think you had the fastest time out of everybody so far coming down Elden. And that was just really fun to see you. And you might not have felt like you were flying, but to us, it looked like you really found another set of legs. She said she was trying to keep her teeth intact. We can't have anything happening to that smile. No, seriously, congratulations. Thank you so much for just everything you give back to us. I feel like you were always giving when you came into the aid stations. We're so proud of you, and I hope you can get off your feet and rest your voice and just enjoy the beer. Enjoy your accomplishment. Courtney Dauwalter, everybody.
We kept things brief. I think out of respect for Courtney, you could tell her voice was feeling a little bit hoarse. So, but thanks to her for giving us the time that she did.
All right, and you guys, don't go anywhere, because we have a battle for third place female happening between Meg Eert and Heather Jackson. They're going to be here in Patrick All to see the interviews with them at the finish line. It's going to be really exciting. And we also have a Jacob the Swede coming in very shortly. And it's his first 150 miler. Heck of a debut, top 10 at Cocodona. So, yeah, it's great to see all of you out. Keep cheering for our runners as they come in. Woo!
All right, we're going to see if we get a shot of Jakob coming in. There we go. So extremely solid run for the Swedish runner representing Satisfy. So many juxtapositions in trail running, in ultra running. You know, we have Courtney cruising in with the whole entourage. Then we have Jakob coming in, just, you know, solo. Looks like he's going to see some friends here, maybe run with him into the finish. This guy had an incredible second half of the Cocodona to really close and pick off people, get some of that carnage.
Of course, Jakob, a part of the satisfying contingent. Things mixed results for that crew, but Jakob showing out well as he makes his way to the most famous left-hand turn of all of sports, that left on Birch. Now being flanked by some people. Excited to see him finish. Going to head a block up the street over LaRue and take a right down Cocodona Alley.
Yeah, you know, it was a huge bummer to see Max drop and Versteeg drop. So, you know, Yak was flying the Satisfy flag strong for the Satisfy team, bringing in this finish. Getting an extremely solid time. He's going to finish in 62 and some change. There's Tommy with the long hair. Does marketing for Satisfy. Look at that sunset in the background, too. That's cool. Somebody said, I wonder how many photographers have run into phone poles or the light poles.
I'm going to let Jakob finish, but I can tell you of at least one photographer in this room that has fallen head over tea kettle at Western States. But Jakob, finishing here, 62:11:55, give or take.
That puts Jakob 7th overall at the Cocodona 250.
Our M5.
He's got a good head of lettuce, too.
Fantastic hair.
Yeah. Looks nice here, even at the finish.
Putting Tim Tollefson and Raj Panu on notice.
Yeah. Yeah. There's Brees and Max.
There to congratulate his teammate.
Really impressive run. Really impressive run. And hearing from some of the Satisfy crew, I think there was definitely some issues for him out there with getting the right gear at the right spot. Maybe missing his crew somewhere or missing some gear and having to get a headlamp later than he wanted. We'll have to get the full rundown. Maybe Kyla can help us out.
Of course, as you mentioned, there was a Max Jolliffe sighting. He was one of the people there to congratulate Jakob. And a couple more finish line photos. Race director Steve Ederholt presenting him with the buckle. And we are starting to get eyes on that close battle for F3 that's shaping out. I am under the belief that that Meg and Heather are probably just creeping up on Trinity Heights Aid. So if I had to venture a guess, we're probably about 4, maybe 4.5 miles at most out from seeing F3 and F4, and I would not be surprised if they have visuals on one another, which could make things extremely interesting as we are continuing through with our coverage of the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra on Aravaipa After Dark. Chris Warden, Luke J.
Here we are in the studio at Run Flagstaff. Thank you, Run Flagstaff, for lending us some space for us to post up and bring everyone the amazing live stream. It's been a epic few days. It's cool to see these two chatting at the finish line. And yeah, we can confirm, like, from some of the folks at the finish line that Courtney is having a really hard time talking, probably lost her voice, which happens, you know, running for 2.5 days straight. So they were not going to try to force Courtney into an interview, but we got a few words from her, which was super cool to see. And then I'm super curious to see once the tracker updates to see how close that gap is between Meg and Heather. Heather looked like just last time we checked was just slightly ahead of Meg, but man, they were close. So.
Meg, it looks like Meg is just shy, maybe about a half mile shy of Trinity Heights 8. So I may have been a little bit ahead of myself. Perhaps 4.5 miles from the finish would be an estimate at this point. Of course, these are not the only events that Cocodona 250 is not the only event we are presenting this week. We've got the Sedona Canyons 125. The Bradshaw Brute wrapped up yesterday. Mingus Traverse wrapped up this morning, I believe. And the Sedona Canyon started this morning. The Flagstaff Crest will start on Friday.
Yeah, I know.
Little fan.
I've been hot all day.
And as soon as we have eyes on that F3 duel that we're seeing between Heather Jackson and Meg Eert, we will be bringing that to you.
Yeah. Do you think, I mean, it's still like back and forth. Yeah.
It's cool to see these moments at the finish
And the
line,
race
because if you
continuing to develop for the
back
women's
to the
third
audio
place,
there.
it looks like Megan has just recently passed Heather Jackson before the Trinity Aid Station. After the Trinity Aid Station, a little less than 4 miles to go. So it still really is a race to be anybody's third place to grab. But yeah, it looks like
We've got visuals on Heather Jackson right there.
I think that might be Meg.
Or is that Meg?
I believe so. So we'll wait to get confirmation, but Meg may have passed Heather.
Yeah, I thought that was Heather. The kit was what she was wearing earlier.
I thought Heather had all black on. Okay.
Heather made.
Got it. So Heather is in front of Meg.
Yeah, we're trying to get confirmation. Either way, we're going to see them both hit Trinity
Yeah.
Heights here very quickly. So any sort of prognostication on our part is
probably
it's
wrong.
Still a little bit premature. Well, it might be right. It might be wrong.
Yeah.
Either way, it is going to be confirmed one way or another very quickly.
Yeah. What we say is not always 100% true. We're going with the information that we have, and so with this one, we're just going to have to kind of play it out and see. And not guess until we know for sure who is ahead. confirmed that this is Meg that we have on screen from the drone shot. Meg comes from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Spent a little bit of time with her and her husband, Joe. When me and my wife, Becca, were at Hard Rock. They go to Hard Rock every year and volunteer at one of the aid stations, as well as High Lonesome, 2 awesome Colorado races. And she's a school teacher in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I know you guys have mentioned it before, but maybe for some viewers that are just tuning in, she has the 6-day world record, running something like 605 miles, or 607, somewhere around there. Chris on the quick laptop will check me there, but yeah, has the women's world record, 6-day world record. So one of the few athletes who has gone further than 250 miles, you know, by quite a bit, averaging 100 miles a day for 6 days straight. Granted, that is a flat course, but she lives in Santa Fe, New Mexico, which is some similar terrain to what she's going to find out here on the Cocodona course. I know she loves running trails. Did a group run with her in Salida once, and obviously she is an extremely capable trail runner. So has a good range where she excels on flat, all-day, multi-day races. She had the women's record for backyard ultras, and this is her first Cocodona. And I would say she kind of had a similar strategy to DJ Fox, where she was extremely chill early on in the race. And, when I saw her, she just had zero concern about where she was and just knows her body extremely well, trusts her pace, and saw her just close extremely well, have a really good second half.
Of course, Meg is going to hit a parking lot here in just a little bit as soon as she gets Trinity Heights Aid, kind of have a taste of civilization, then head back out on the trail, hit on the pipeline connecting trail, actually have a couple hundred meters on the AZT, connect to Buffalo Park, head through Buffalo Park, down through Schweitzer Canyon Trail to the streets of Flagstaff. And as I mentioned, she has hit pavement. So she is actually on the walk-up approach to the final aid station, Trinity Heights. That would mark 3.9 miles from the finish.
Excellent. She looks smooth.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. Meg Eert attempting to be the third finisher here of the 2020, third women's finisher of the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra.
And if Meg does, in fact,
she basically is just flying past aid.
Yeah.
No stops.
She must have enough of what she needs. You said about 3.5 miles from here?
3.9.
3.9, yeah. So she's looking smooth.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
I should have played Fantasy Trail because
Fantasy Free Trail. I would have nailed the top 3, but I would have had 1 and 2 flip flopped. I did have Meg Eert on the pre-show as my third place finish.
Same for me.
Yeah,
I wasn't part of the pre-race show, but just my picks before the race was Rachel, Courtney, Meg.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've gotten a chance. I've been fortunate enough to see Meg race several times. I remember my first time seeing her in person was that I realized that it was Meg. I might have seen her before that, but at the Mogollon Monster a few years ago. I think it was 2023, maybe 2022. And she came in and absolutely laid waste to the prior course record out there. that was set. I think it was a Sarah Ostaszewski course record. Of course, Sarah Ostaszewski, also a former Cocodona champion.
Right.
But beat Sarah's course record by like 2 hours. And
wow.
And so I did a little bit of digging and started following her career avidly. And of course, since that point, Mohegan Monster, it was 2023. You're talking about wins at Angeles Crest in 24. The staggering 362.5 at the Backyard in 24. We got to witness her at Desert Solstice run 153 miles in 24 hours. A top podium finish at Badwater. The story actually just a couple months ago, and across the years here, in 12 hours did 81 miles. And of course, as you mentioned, the pending 6-day world record covering 603.155 miles over 6 days. That is still pending ratification, but the first woman in human history to exceed 600 miles in a 6-day race. And I felt this race, and if you've been watching as much as we've been talking, you've heard me say this before, but my perception was that this course was going to allow her to meld her skills in technical 100-mile experience along with her multi-day experience.
Yeah. I think you nailed it. It really is kind of a perfect combination of somebody who,
Yeah, so people were asking whether she is going to come in under the prior course record from last year set by Rachel Entricken. Last year's course record for the women was 63:50:55. Runners have typically been taking, at this point, less than an hour to come in from Trinity Heights 8. So we would expect Meg, I'm going to say maybe about 63:10 thereabouts. Maybe if we're thinking maybe 10-ish minute miles, maybe a little bit faster than that, because this last couple miles, once you actually get off of the pipeline connector and up that last hill into Buffalo Park, it's flat then downhill.
Right.
One small, short, well, it's punchy, but one last hill as you're coming up to the hospital and making your way through town. But then, once you get to that last stretch on Beaver Street and head south towards downtown Flagstaff, it's all flat and downhill and very quick if you've got legs. And as you can tell, Meg Eert still moving very well at this point.
Yeah, looking smooth. And she's definitely feeling the pull of the finish line where you start
smelling the barn.
Yeah,
as they
exactly.
say.
And your legs don't hurt nearly as much. You start getting that little extra juice to get to the finish and, get that finish feeling, see your friends and fam, see the crew, really let it soak in. You're always thinking about what you've been through, and usually at the end, you're always thinking about how long ago you started and how it almost feels like a completely different world.
Also, we were just talking about Meg. If Heather Jackson has some legs to burn at this moment, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for her to actually come in under the prior course record as well. It would take some doing.
Yeah.
It would take... definitely speeding up. But as I mentioned, that last mile, I would say 1.5 miles is a situation where you can actually pick up the pace a little bit. And as you mentioned, once you start to feel the pull of the finish line, who knows what will happen. But right now, our eyes, our visuals are on Meg Eert, our current F3. If I had to venture a guess, still about maybe about 3.4 miles from the finish line at this point. And then we will be keeping eyes out for Heather Jackson, followed by Adair Ramirez. Jeff Browning is on the Elden ascent. Zach Hauer, probably not too far back from him. We might be waiting a little while longer, as we would expect Jeff Garmeyer would be potentially one of the runners to come in after that. Michael McKnight, Ben Lucas, Lindsay Dwyer. Those are the runners that I have seen that I can comfort. George Cyrus, Jimmy Strayhorn. Those are the runners that are seeming to be approaching Wildcat or a past Wildcat at this point. Of course, it is amazing, Luke. I mean, in our very first live stream 6 years ago, or 5 years ago, at the Cocodona 250, now presented by Ultra, but back when we were much more limited in our resources and our cameras and our knowledge, 62 hours, we were still 10 hours away from our first finishers.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. And now we're going to have, well over, I would expect maybe 20 to 30 finishers coming in under that 72-hour mark.
That's a crazy, crazy stat.
Yeah, the progression of people in this sport has been amazing. And you know what's really especially encouraging about it? It's not just who is doing it in terms of like new runners, maybe, quote, faster runners entering the 200-mile space. It's also the fact that you have runners who have been in the 200-mile space who are leveling up along the way.
Yeah, they're getting better. You're seeing crossover from, some really accomplished thru hikers. You're seeing accomplished 100-mile runners wanting to push themselves to the 250 distance as maybe a new challenge or just a different way. But every single time a 200-mile race happens, people are learning things, whether it's sleep, nutrition, and there's so many different strategies. The whole strategy game really changes when you're talking about a 56 to 65 hour race to kind of be in this top 10 zone. Just means the field's getting deeper. People are learning from each other. People are learning from their own races. Really, really cool to see.
So here's a fun little exercise. We're going to follow Rachel Ettrick's progression in 48-hour and 200-mile distances. In 2021, she completed 154 in 48 hours at Jackpot, won the race. Across the years, at the end of the year, 167, finished second. 2022, 188.6, finished first. 2023 Jackpot, 190, finished second overall. 212 at the end of 2023, finishing first. Cocodona in 2024, we'll pivot to that. 73.31 in 2025, 63.50, and this year, 56 and change.
Incredible trajectory.
Absolutely, and as I mentioned, that was just kind of the benchmark I wanted to use talking about her. But Meg Eert, also somebody who, when I saw her performance at 6 days in the Dome a couple of years ago in 2024, where she ran 526 in 6 days, I thought that was staggering. And of course, at the Gomu event last year, she bettered that by 80 miles.
Yeah, adding 80 miles to an already incredibly stout run to get 600 plus.
Yeah, of course, Meg Eert right here, as you can see, as the sun is starting to escape us. We'll do what we can to adjust our lights, but we're going to follow her as she makes her way through the pipeline trail and a little bit of the AZT, a very brief section of that, into Buffalo Park. Of course, Chris Warden, Luke J. here with you for Aerovipe After Dark. Hillary Yang will be joining us from the finish line whenever Meg is ready to have a chat about how her week has gone.
Yeah, looking forward to that one.
Looks like Heather is a little over a mile out from Trinity Heights. Again, we never like to call anything. Frankly, in this section where Megan Eckert currently is literally where the pass was made in 2024 by Harry Schubertus, past Jeff Browning. But it looks like Megan Eckert has a pretty strong hold on F3.
Mm-hmm.
Heather Jackson F4, and rounding out the women's top 5 at this point, Lindsay Dwyer. But Lindsay a ways back, but a ways also ahead of any other women in the field. I would say the next person up behind her is a name we haven't talked about much, but I want to give her some credit, Catherine Edwards Anderson. And the reason why I want to say give her some credit is that Catherine Edwards Anderson finished 6th here last year and is looking like she's going to finish potentially 6th here as well. The Sedona Canyons course record holder from 2024 finished 3rd at Moab that same year. 6th at Cocodona last year. That's who would be, I would assume come after Megan, Heather, and Lindsay.
That'd be crazy to get 6th.
Back-to-back years?
Back-to-back years.
In these fields? Absolutely.
Yeah. Then there was some comments in the chat on footwear. So, Rachel Entrican, our overall champion, new course record holder, running for Norda.
Mm-hmm.
I believe she was wearing the new 055. Somebody will correct me in the chat if I'm wrong.
They always will. They're happy to do that.
Yep. And then Killian Korth in 2nd, running in Mount to Coast. He finished in the H1. Cody Poskin, also wearing Mount to Coast, finishing in the H1. And then DJ Fox, I noticed, was wearing the H1 as he came across the line. And then, of course, Courtney running in Solomon, Joe McConaughey and Brooks, then Courtney and Solomon. Jakob, sponsored by Satisfy, looked like he was wearing Hoka, the Tecton. Okay. And then Meg is also wearing Mount to Coast, one of Mount to Coast's kind of premier pro athletes.
Looks like, talking about who is sponsored and who is not, our overall 10th place finisher is pacing to be Adair Ramirez. Maybe an enterprising shoe company might want to start talking to Adair. And
there you go.
And get behind him. Of course, Adair, a locksmith by day in Las Vegas, and has a 3rd place finish from here last year. Had a heck of a last 12 months, finishing 3rd at Cocodona last year, 2nd at the Mammoth. And I actually ran into Adair at Black Canyon this year, and he was just here to crew and pace, I believe. And he's always such a great guy. If you ever get a chance to talk to Adair, I can't recommend it enough. He's such a friendly guy.
I met him at Black Canyon. I'm not sure if he was running or not. Or maybe
no, he wasn't running.
Okay,
he was there hanging out for sure.
Yeah, and super nice guy. It was really cool to meet him.
And he was getting ready to run Jackpot, of course, because it was in his own backyard in Henderson, Nevada. And I asked him, I said, "Oh, well, what are you doing?" He said, "Well, I just want to I want to see how fast I can run a flat 100-miler," because he doesn't normally do that. He's usually doing things like this.
Yeah.
And I said, "Oh, you thinking, what do you know? Or what are you guessing?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't want to really put a number out there." I said, "How about 16?" He's like, "I hope I can do a little bit better." And he's 15. He's like, I think I'd be okay with that. And he ran like a 13:30.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows you, you look at, Dan Green.
13:44.
Wow, that's super impressive. Dan Green, I think, had a sub 13-hour, right around a 13-hour 100-mile finish. Zach Hauer, who we've talked about, he was in the mix at Javelina, running a 13-something, just barely in front of Tara. So there's definitely some wheels in this race. And then, you mentioned Ed Hurt, and he is showing his range as well.
Yeah, somebody's asking about Headland for Meg. she can see better than we can see at this point. I know that for a fact. I mean, I'm looking outside, and it's getting darker, and she's in a pretty thick grove of trees, as she is on the pipeline outside of Buffalo Park. It will clear up in terms of the trees around her. It's still going to be dark by the time she gets to the park. Maybe she'll opt to turn on a headlamp at that point. It would be doing us a solid.
Sure. And I doubt Meg cares about what the live stream thinks.
No, and that's not
for sure. I think as somebody who's run in the dark before, sometimes the thought of having to stop and dig out your headlamp when you're that close to the finish isn't quite worth it.
I think there's also probably or potential for another reason for this.
Potentially, yeah.
Because as far as she knew, Heather was right behind her. And so there is a possibility that Meg is keeping the headlamp off in order to avoid Heather getting something to run down.
Sure.
I've done that before myself, where I've been, desperately, in the same situation, obviously quite slower, but desperately holding on to third place in a night race. And what you do is you turn off that beacon that somebody behind you can try and run down. She doesn't know that Heather has fallen further back behind her because she's not the kind of person to shoulder check.
Right.
She's going to do what she can do and dare you to beat her. If Meg has the day she has and everything else falls into place, she'll have a great day, regardless of what place she ends up in.
Right.
But I could totally see this being a situation where Meg is keeping her headlamp off out of an effort of self-preservation. So not realizing that Heather wouldn't be able to see her at this point.
Yeah, and in the contrast on the video definitely isn't as accurate. If you look at the sky there's enough light that you wouldn't need a headlamp quite yet.
Yeah, and I think that our camera person is probably doing his best to respect her. As far as that goes, if she is trying to run without a headlamp, I think it would be. A very, this comes into the, I guess, how do we cover a race in terms of, do we blast a light on?
Right.
It's really kind of an interesting thing to look at. But yeah, you can see now she actually is into Buffalo Park as the trees have gotten a little bit more sparse. And Nathan was asking about me getting a podium. It was 10 years ago in a 15-person race, so let's not overstate what I was doing there.
Hey,
but yeah, Meg, I guarantee. And also, once you're in Buffalo Park, there's no worries about any divots on the ground, running into any trees. Yeah, Buffalo Park is as open and easily visible as it gets. Yeah, and you can see the contrast has changed significantly. But yeah, or Meg maybe just doesn't feel like turning on a headlamp.
Yeah.
Maybe she's got it tucked away and doesn't want to mess with it.
Yeah, I remember High Lonesome one year. I was getting close to an aid station. I had a headlamp in my backpack. I had a headlamp with my crew that I was going to see. And it was literally like, I'm fine running in the dark for 15 minutes. Also, your eyes have adjusted throughout the day and as the sun has gone down. Mm-hmm. So once you turn on that headlamp, you have to have it.
Yeah.
And if you haven't turned it on yet and you got a little bit of light, you can cover a lot of ground perfectly fine. And especially, like you mentioned, it's smooth here. So, it's no big deal. And Meg's a pro. She knows what she's doing.
Of course, this is, I believe, is a bike follow cam that we've got on.
Yep.
On Meg here. Yeah, she's basically going to be in a straight line for a few minutes until she gets to the entryway of Buffalo Park. I'm going to pivot and call it Schweitzer Canyon Trail now. Of course, Schweitzer is going to connect her from Buffalo Park to the streets of Flagstaff proper. And once she is on the streets of Flagstaff, she's going to go on Forest for about 2.5, 3 blocks, take a left on Beaver, head down Beaver for about half a mile, and then take the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, the left on Birch. So I would say that at this point, Meg is probably under 2 miles from the finish line here, maybe about 3K.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like switching from metric to imperial as you're covering a race and doing the math.
Yeah, going back and forth. Someone mentioning her stride in the comments, very true. She looks really smooth and efficient. You know, a slightly shorter stride, but there is no wasted energy. Really, really smooth run.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Chris Ward and Luke J. We are coming to you live from Run Flagstaff, just about 2 blocks away from the shot that you're seeing right there. That is the Cocodona 250 finish line. And our next runner that we expect to be coming in is hitting the streets of Flagstaff. That is going to be our F3 Meg Eert. I think that we're probably going to see her at about the 63-hour mark. You can see the time elapsed on the Koros clock up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Meg was neck and neck with our current F4 Heather Jackson for quite a while, but it seems that there has been some separation created between the two of them. We still expect Heather to come in, I would say, in the 63-hour, 64, or probably low 63 range, maybe a little bit beyond that. But we expect to see Meg sooner than Heather. We know that we actually caught her in Buffalo Park. Thanks to everybody who is tuning in from around the world here on Mountain Outpost. The reception that we've received, the viewership, thank you so much. That is why we do this. I also want to give a highlight on the back of the pack and what they're facing this evening. Of course, this being Wednesday, we are about 40 minutes away from Jerome aid station at mile 124, the start of the Sedona Canyons 125. Those runners who are out on course still need to hit Jerome and be out of Jerome by 8:30 tonight local time. I will, once we get through our women's podium, I will take a look and see how many runners we expect to still be on course and actually be chasing those numbers. And then from there, the next couple cutoffs that the runners on course have to fade are the Dead Horse aid station at midnight tonight, Deer Pass 146.9 at 4:45 a.m. The next big cutoff, I would say, after Jerome is the Sedona Posse Grounds, and that is at noon tomorrow. So if they're on course right now, they have until noon tomorrow to get to mile 159.1, basically leaving them with about 90-ish miles to go.
Yeah, it'll cool to just see, so many different runners. I was all over the course the last couple days doing live stream, starting at mile 7 and then checking in with runners at all throughout the course. So we were able to really see the front of the race, but then also see a lot of the mid-pack, back of the pack runners, the heart and soul of ultra running. And it was just super cool to chat with so many of them. And some people have very different sleep schedules, especially if they're targeting that 100-hour finish. They're sleeping 3 or 4 hours sometimes, or 2-hour naps at certain spots. So there's a lot of strategy for your everyday runners to really decide how you're going to finish sub 100 hours. Or the people chasing the cutoffs, like where are you going to sleep? How's your nutrition going to be? Where are you going to meet your crew? For people that want to push the cutoffs. So it's the dynamic is there from the front of the race to the back of the race.
Yeah, and to put things in perspective, as we have the clock and the course clock in the upper right-hand corner, we're barely over halfway through the Cocodona 250. The runners from start to front of the pack to back of the pack have 125 hours available to them. They have to be across that finish line that you see there by 10 a.m. Saturday. Of course, the Sedona Canyons 125 started this morning in Jerome. Those runners have until that same Saturday morning 10 a.m. cutoff to finish their 125-mile journey, which gives them 75 hours. However, they have to finish in 52 hours if they want to use it as a Western States qualifier.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I think that's a pretty generous threshold for a Western States qualifier, but that's not to say that it's an easier or less difficult race. I think when I tell people that I think that the cutoff is generous, they think that I'm saying that it's easy. It's not.
No.
It's absolutely not. But I do also want to give an update on the Sedona Canyons 125 because one of the stories I'm following very closely this week is our current overall leader in Sedona Canyons 125, True Heart Brown. True Heart Brown, one of my favorite runners to follow. Frankly, it's like, to me, it's like watching Daniel Day-Lewis make a movie because he doesn't make many of them. And True Heart Brown doesn't race often, but when he does, it's something special. Looks like we've got visuals back on Meg Eert heading down Schweitzer Canyon Trail. Hopefully once Meg hits the streets of Flagstaff, we'll be able to see things a little bit more brightly. Oh, there's Meg right there. We do have lights on now. I think it was a situation where they really, if we've got follow cams, if the runner isn't turning on the camera, maybe the follow cams shouldn't either. I think that's an absolutely justified way to approach it.
Yep. Yeah, and you can see Meg does have the light on, so waiting as long as you need to till you flip that light on.
Yeah, and I still maintain that there is a possibility that part of the reason for that was a little bit of maybe not maybe gamesmanship or just protectionary,
Sure.
being cautious. Of course, you came across what I thought to be one of the more interesting moments in the race yesterday. You were firsthand for it. Can you tell us about that as we watch Meg Eert to make her way to the finish?
We talking about the Rachel's exit at Munns Park?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I was at Munns Park with Gus Gibbs, who was crushing it on the camera yesterday. So shout out Gus Gibbs.
Yeah, Gus.
And Rachel came in there, and she had come off that long section without a pacer, and she was pretty cold and, not doing great, but nobody does at mile 190. She went into the warming tent with her crew, put on some dry clothes, and was kind of taking a few minutes to, I think she was putting on fresh socks or maybe doing some taping of a toe. And they were very quietly left the aid station. Didn't announce, Rachel out. And at that point, at mile 190, me and Gus were just keeping track of time, and they were 23 minutes apart.
Yeah.
And so Killian had actually closed a little bit of that gap. He had gotten a little bit closer to her. And so I think it was a quick reset for her, but they really didn't want Killian or his crew to know how long they spent in aid, how Rachel looked. So in and out of the warming tent as quick as they could, but she took a few minutes. It was super interesting and definitely a little gamesmanship, which I think is super fun.
I think that, the more that I think about it, the more that I focus on it, it wasn't only trying to keep avoiding seeing Killian face to face, but also, as you mentioned, kind of sneaking out because his crew was there. Joe Corcione, who was set to pace him for that next stretch, he's no dummy. Like
Right.
Joe's a very smart guy, and maybe just saw Rachel go into the tent to, change clothes, which I'm sure, maybe she did some layer switching, but at the same time, maybe went out the side or out the back of the tent.
Yeah.
Just simply to avoid Joe having any perception of how close or how far apart they were.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't, in the grand scheme of things, it probably didn't change the outcome. But in the moment, you're making decisions that you think are going to best decision for you and your runner. And if that is a little bit of gamesmanship or turning off the headlamp or leaving an aid station as quietly as possible, the better.
Oh, looks like our camera's a little bit jumbled. Oh, there we go. There we go. Our follow cam on Meg Eert.
Looking smooth. But you can definitely know she is ready to cross that finish line. Bring home that third place finish on the women's side, wrap up a podium for an absolutely stacked field here at the Cocodona 250.
I see some love for Meg Eert in the chat. Ellen Silva saying, making Santa Fe proud. Ellen Silva, a true hard rocker. So somebody who is definitely, I have no doubt, shared some miles in the
I'm sure
in Santa Fe with Meg.
Like 100.
Just give a little update on the overall finishers here so far. Most of you know, if you're just tuning in, Rachel Entrekin winning the overall first place here at Cocodona, followed by Killian Korth, Cody Poskin in third, DJ Fox in fourth, Joe McConaughey fifth, Courtney Dauwalter sixth, Jakob Aberg in seventh, and we're awaiting our 8th place overall finisher, which, barring anything drastic, will be Meg Eert.
Meg making her way past the Flagstaff Medical Center.
And earlier it was cool to see some of the folks coming out of the medical center to cheer on Rachel as she came across.
Oh, yeah. I was actually out there when I was filming. I ran into Colleen Lingley, who is a very experienced ultra runner, former member of the Air Viper racing team. And she was, you know, as somebody who has raced a lot over the years, she was still just as excited as everybody else. You had people who had been encouraged by or, made aware by their ultra running fan friends to head outside of the hospital, the medical facility. And yeah, there were at one point, I would say 40 or 50 people outside of that building in scrubs hanging out. And of course, you went down the street, you saw there was a law office that had some snacks set outside for the runners if they wanted to partake. Of course, the front of the pack was more focused on other things. And
right.
Then, there was, I bet, at Beaver Street Liquors, they had a cooler full of iced down water bottles for the runners.
That's cool.
I thought the gesture was fantastic. Of course, at this point, Meg about a half mile out from the finish. I think it was, for me, it was about 0.7 to the intersection of Forest and Beaver Street. So, now that she's making her way down the residential streets on Beaver, a half mile, maybe a hair less.
Very cool.
We have Hillary Yang waiting at the finish line to have a conversation with Meg if she is feeling inclined to do so. We will let Meg decide for herself. She's, as we mentioned, if she feels like talking, great. If she wants to high five and hug everybody and pet every dog, like some of our previous finishers, that is entirely reasonable too. But Meg Eert, in her debut Cocodona, looking fantastic, making her way past Beaver Street Liquor. And of course, we mentioned that, after Wildcat Aid, the runners are not allowed pacers. However, once they actually get to Buffalo Park, that aspect is relaxed. So, like, if you wanted to run runner in, and I'll tell you what, Saturday morning is going to be something to behold. Those last couple runners who are just fighting everything to get in and finish, they're going to have a dozen or more strangers in the golden hour if we have some 124 plus hour finishers being encouraged and supported by complete strangers or people who have finished earlier.
Yep.
So one of the things I love about these ultra marathons, some cases, I've seen it at other races too, where people who won a race have gone out to cheer in and support the final finishers in. Maybe we'll see that. Maybe we'll see other finishers. You might see some random Olympians pop in
Right.
and start walking along, running alongside the final finishers. I can't wait to see what we witness Saturday. Of course, Jake Jackson, a member of the Mountain Outpost team, and I are going to be here on Saturday covering those final hours on what we like to call golden morning here at Cocodona.
Nice. golden hour in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, we're going to start about 5 a.m. and go all the way till the final finishers. Now, in a 250-mile race, you don't necessarily have a ton of, quote, golden hour finishers. Some years we'll have a half dozen. Some years we'll have one, or there have been, I believe, 2 of the previous 5 years that the Cocodona 250, every finisher finished with over an hour remaining. I think that the first year, Andre Lee was the final finisher with about 90 minutes remaining. And I think last year was the same. Maybe it was 2 years ago, but yeah, I think it was 2 years ago. But then there are other years, such as 2022, where we had 3 finishers in the final 10 minutes.
Wow.
Including a husband and wife couple.
That's cool.
And Stephen Park, which was one of my favorite ultra running magazine covers of all time. As you could see him going through a human spirit tunnel to the finish line. That's what the spirit of Cocodona is all about here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. We are watching Meg Eert round out our women's podium. They're going to be coming in probably about, I would say, 63:10 at this point.
Crazy for us to think that we're going to have 8 finishers. And yeah, what time are we at? 8 p.m.?
Yeah, it's unbelievable to me. 63 hours elapsed. You know, I remember our first year doing this coverage on Mountain Outpost, the over-under was 60 hours. Like, we thought we would have our first finishers come in about that mark. We thought Michael McKnight or Mike Versteeg would be coming in about that range. And 12 hours after that is what it took for our first finishers to come in that inaugural year. And now, you know, we've got our winners coming in 56 and change, as Meg Eert is about a block away from the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, the left on Birch. We see Aerovipa marketing director Matt Feldake picking her up to do some social media content as she crossed Cherry Street. Yeah, Old Dirty Rob, Colleen and Saul Vidrio in 2022. The two of them coming in, kind of leaning on each other, arm in arm. It was a wonderful, beautiful moment to see the two of them come in to finish the Cocodona 250 together. I met them a couple years later and recounted my experience calling them in as, here we go, left on Birch.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
When I was at that first I think it's Cottonwood, at mile 7, chatting with some of the folks, met a father-daughter duo.
Oh, nice.
That was they were planning to stay together for the whole thing. And they had done, I think he had mentioned 3 or 4 ultras together as a father-daughter duo. I wish I would have gotten their bib numbers. It would have been cool to give them a shout out.
There we go. I'm going to grab the stablest cam we can on Meg right there. There we go. And she's about to make that right turn down Cocodona Alley. And the moment is hers.
See Meg with the smile. She's about to make that turn. Here she comes into the finish.
Meg Eert at about 63:09:09 by my eyeballs. Meg Eert, congratulations, rounding out our women's podium, our F3 being greeted by her husband.
That's Joe, her husband. He is dialed on the crew side of things too. He is. They're a great team. I think
What an incredibly
That
strong
Mike
run down
Dobie
Elden Crest. Amazing.
You know what? As a fixed time fan, Dobies is the guy.
yeah. He would be very familiar with Meg.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, because I think, for some people that follow this, if you follow this sport deeply, you obviously know who she is. For some of the folks that maybe kind of just follow the big events, casual racing fans, Meg might be a new name to you, but I can guarantee you after a third place finish here, rounding out the podium with Rachel Entrekin, Courtney Dauwalter, Meg Eert in third. Many more people are going to know who she is. She's a coach, a teacher, and obviously a hell of a runner.
You can see the other members of the women's podium, Courtney Dauwalter and Rachel
There it
Entrekin,
is.
greeting her,
All
congratulating
three
her.
of our champions today. Fantastic. Big hugs and smiles from all of them. Awesome job. Yeah, all three under the old course record.
Yeah, I think you probably heard that from the finish
Ladies and
line.
gentlemen,
All
the
three
queens
under
of Cocodona.
Rachel's course record time set last year. So the bar has been raised. So not only do we have a historic day with Rachel taking the overall win and setting a new overall course record, we have our top three women all beating Rachel's course record time from last year. What a way to cap off a historic day, especially on the women's side. Holy smokes.
And what's wild is this is only the fourth longest run that I know of for Meg Eert in the last few years.
That's wild.
Yeah.
An epic shot right there. Congratulations.
Ladies of the day right there. Look at the crowd at the finish. That is so cool to see.
Yeah, just looking through her race history, she has at least a half dozen runs longer than Cocodona in her lifetime, which is absolutely nuts. Of course, we mentioned the Gomu World Championships where she set the 6-day world record pending ratification. Last year's backyard where she ran 383. Another backyard where she ran 362 and a half. She did the Dome in 2024 where she ran 526 and change. And she also ran the Saguaro Showdown in 2024 where she ran 270.
Unreal.
So this may be only her sixth longest run. And it was 253 or so, which is amazing.
So incredible.
Yeah.
So that puts Meg 8th place overall. And we expecting Heather Jackson or possibly Edgar Ramirez to finish next. And then just to kind of give you a placing based on the tracker after that. So we've only had 8 finishers, Meg Eert rounding out the women's podium. And then here's where we are after Meg awaiting the finish. Heather Jackson, Edgar Ramirez, Jeff Browning, Zach Hauer, Jeff Garmeyer, Michael McKnight, Lindsay Dwyer, Benjamin Lucas, George Cyrus. And then out of those names that I read after Meg, starting with Heather, Heather's a few miles out, maybe 4 or 5 miles out. And then when you get down to Benjamin Lucas and George Cyrus, you're looking at they're 230 miles in, 226 miles in. So it's showing you just how long this race is and really how spread out it'll get after 63 hours.
See Meg starting to talk to Hillary Yang, and once Meg is comfortable and we have a few moments, we'll conduct a quick little interview with her. Got to get that after photo, though. Those before and after photos are going to hit pretty hard for some of these runners.
100%. 100%. And I'll toot my own horn. I picked the women's podium in the exact order.
Did you enter Free Trail Fantasy?
I did it. That's why I said I really should have.
Oh. You can see.
But I was off on the men's podium.
Oh. Yeah, my men's podium was way off.
Yeah. I did have Cody in fourth.
Okay.
So he was my dark horse. So thanks, Cody, for at least saving me a little bit.
You can see Meg talking to Callie Vinson at the finish line. She's a Cocodona 250 finisher from a couple of years ago. I believe still holds the Maricopa Trail FKT, one of the directions.
Oh, there was a question in the chat. I had Rachel. I did not pick her as my overall winner, so shame on me, but I did pick her for second overall. But learned my hard lesson. Don't underestimate Rachel.
Oh, thanks to Blimp Captain. Shout out. I'm going to actually scribble this down. The father-daughter combo from day one, Garen and Emily Hill, bibs 135 and 76. That's going to be one I'm going to be following here over the next few days. Hopefully they're both still in the race. Of course.
Thanks for finding that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Blimp Captain. Of course, Blimp Captain giving me flashbacks to the year that the Cocodona Blimp was a thing. The race is still only half over, and of course we have been focusing on the front of the pack, and that's what we do here at Mountain Outpost. But with so many hours left in our broadcast and left in the race, we are not going away. I know sometimes you'll watch a live stream where they kind of maybe turn things off after the podium or top 10 have drawn to a close. Not here at Mountain Outpost.
Nope.
We stick around till the very end. We love bringing these finishers from the front of the pack all the way to the back, and I hope that you stick around, check back in, what have you, between now and Saturday. We've got 62 more hours almost remaining in our live stream coverage.
Yeah, I have a feeling there will be a lot of people tuning in tomorrow and the next day to see their friends and fam finish.
Oh yeah, and to that end, one of the things that I know that AJW and I stressed a lot in the broadcast, the folks at Air Viper Running produce a runner survey each year leading into the race, and just kind of a Q&A to get to know you as Meg is getting that after picture with her podium award. It behooves you to fill it out, because if you plan on being out there a long time, we're going to find you. We're going to try our best to learn about you. So if you give us a heads up, it improves your ability of becoming one of our human interest stories as the days go by.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody said it didn't count if I didn't submit it, and I'll take that one. I'll take that.
Oh, are they hated? Oh, you know what?
So that right there, talking to Meg Eert, is Dylan Harris. Dylan Harris, filmmaker who created The Chase, The Cutoff, and next, I would expect we're going to get the film that we're all waiting for.
Oh, man.
I'm getting excited already.
Yep.
Dylan has done extensive work interviewing the perceived front runners in the women's race. in anticipation of creating a story documenting the 2026 women's race here at the Cocodona 250.
And what a women's race we got. Yeah, those ladies gave Dylan some serious gold to work with for his film.
Somebody asked if Jim Walmsley is still chilling on Elden. Nah, he probably just did a slabs. Like, if you look at, we were talking about the Stravas in Flagstaff earlier. Check out Jim Walmsley up Elden.
Right.
It'll just make you feel so inadequate.
Yep.
And again, as soon as Rachel is, I'm not Rachel. As soon as Megan is feeling up to it, we will have a conversation with her if she's up to it. She might, we've had situations at the finish of Cocodona where a runner has told us, "Hey, I don't really feel like going on camera and having a conversation, with the public. And can I come back tomorrow?" Absolutely.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. I believe at Run Rabbit last year we had that happen with a couple of the runners. Like, rather than right when they finished, we gave them the moment to decompress.
Yeah, and we'll I believe we'll have some of our finishers in here tomorrow in studio for some in-studio interviews, correct?
As far as I know, usually what happens is that when we broadcast from a house, I always shoot over the address to all of the runners that I can. I just tell them show up whenever.
Cool.
In this case, they know where we're at, and we're only 2 blocks away. So I would expect that our couch is going to be filled up over the course of the next 62 hours. So
yeah, another good reason to tune in tomorrow.
And thank you to everybody who has tuned in to this point. I mean, the sheer volume of viewership that we've had to this point is staggering. I mean, Mountain Outpost has been growing year over year, but if you look at our viewership to this point, I eyeballed it, and starting with the day one live stream one, we're over 1 million.
Wow.
Over 1 million viewers. So thank you to all of you in the audience who have been a part of this, whether you've been tuning in every moment or in and out between meetings, between other life responsibilities. You're why we're doing this here on Mountain Outpost. The Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Grizzy asking if I think the Rachel three-peat and course record will be the end of her Cocodona career. I don't want to speak out of pocket, but no. I don't know if she's back next year.
Sure.
I don't know when, but I have it on very good authority that the idea of a 1,000-mile buckle is very appealing to her.
Yeah, I think Cocodona has a special place in her heart.
Oh, for sure. And we are also, I know that our bike cam and follow cams, while we've still got the capabilities to do so, we're going to do our best to bring eyes on Heather Jackson, our F4, Adair Ramirez, our M6. Hopefully the two of them. I would think that Heather is probably coming up on Trinity Heights here real soon. Adair, I would expect maybe about 8 to 10 minutes out from Trinity Heights. And, of course, that is the last aid station on the course. We have somebody in the studio. I want to grab this person right now. One of you, you want to come on over and sit down for a few moments? One of our team members here at Mountain Outpost, just grab that mic, and I want to talk to you for a few moments. Claire Farrow. Claire, welcome to the broadcast.
Hello, hello.
Were you over at the finish line here? Can you talk us through what it's been like to watch that women's podium up close and personal?
Oh my gosh, it's been so cool. I actually got down there right as Courtney finished initially, and then we just watched Meg. And it was so cool, especially how Rachel's been there pretty much the whole time. greeting everyone as they come in. They've been chatting, they've been talking, I assume unpacking what went on out there. It's been really cool to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Corinne, if you want to, come on over and share your your experience as well. Of course, Corinne had the privilege of getting to call in Rachel's epic finish. What's it been like? You were in here for the studio, probably as much as it was fun to call it. Being there would have been great too, but you also got a chance to go over there, I'm sure, and see what was going on over there. What are your thoughts on the women's podium so far this year?
Bonkers. 3 women under the previous course record. 3 women who are literally redefining this sport right now. Rachel Entrekin taking yet another 7 hours off of her own time. Absolutely incredible. She said she felt fine at the finish, which is so typical Rachel, but she literally looked like she could keep going. Seeing Courtney finish and the outpouring of love for her at that finish line, watching her really get redemption on this course and work through. She had no voice, and apparently she's had no voice for a long, long time. And it just was, everyone out there was crying, literally, when she crossed the finish line. And she found a beer, which is also just classic Courtney. She stayed out there, even though, I think every part of me thought she probably wanted to just go home and go to bed. She was going to stay there for Meg. And then Meg just, shout out to Heather Jackson, who is battling through some very difficult breathing issues right now. But Meg doing what we knew that she was capable of with her history, and rolled in running super fast. Form was fantastic. Unreal. So I just can't believe what's happening in women's ultra running right now. It's so inspiring. It's so impressive. And I think everyone should they should just celebrate these women.
One of the things that I dug up while Luke and I were calling Meg's finish, and that this was only her 6th longest run in the last 3 years.
I didn't know that for sure. I believe that because she does 6 days in backyards, so that makes sense.
Yeah, so she has 2 6 days that are topping 500 miles. She has 2 backyards that top 360 miles, and then she also had another run randomly that was 270 miles.
Well, didn't she do 6:03 at 6 days in France?
Yeah, at the Gomu World Championships. Yeah.
France was 6:03.
France was 6:03. The Dome was 5:26.
Yeah.
So
unreal.
But Meg, and that's why I was so high on her prospects to finish on the podium here, because we've seen her do rough and rugged things. Angela's Crest, Mogollon Monster, and to see her here now, we've got Hillary Yang at the finish line, and we're gonna see if we can bring her in to talk to Meg about her fantastic performance.
He's pacing right now, but is he really?
Hillary, welcome back to the show.
Oh gosh, what is he doing?
Ready to go.
Jeff Fauci? He's a filmmaker. Yeah. Oh, having a long day out there. Oh yeah. But I'm sure he's thinking, yeah. All right, let me know when we're ready.
Oh.
All right, guys, we are coming to you from the finish
line with our 3rd place female finisher, Meg Eert, who also came in under the previous course record from last year, except for Rachel.
And a time of 62
hours and 5 minutes or so, I believe. How are you, Meg? It's great to see you. Good. I don't have a voice much left, and I'm a little tired. There seems to be a theme. I'm watching you run the last part of the race, like you really left it all out there. Did you get any sleep along the way? Let's start there. I slept on Tuesday for about 45 minutes, and that's the only sleep I got. Well, we're only Wednesday now. That's the good news, but we are the end of Wednesday. So yeah, it's been a minute since you slept. Now, it was really fun to watch you run this race because your first Cocodona, you're no stranger to these long, crazy multi-day efforts, but this is sort of a different beast, right? So how did you break it down? What was sort of your thought process going into it? Because I know the first half of the race is quite different from the second half and how you tackled it.
Yeah, it's definitely different than anything I've done before.
So I broke it down into parts kind of based on district. So the first part being really technical, knowing that that was going to be harder, and then knowing that you had all this speed in your legs if you could just get to those more runnable sections, right? Exactly. Exactly. Trying to get to the top section about half and the block. It was really fun seeing you at Sedona yesterday. I know I also have to think, was that only yesterday? At mile 160, because I felt like you were at that point where you hit your groove and you were hunting. Did you feel like you kind of had that energy in the second half, like you were in control and you were sort of chasing people down one by one out there? I don't think I started in Sedona. But yeah, so a little later on, once I got up on the Mesa and then to like Men's Park, I started thinking about chasing people down. I mean, by the end, it looked like you were running almost 8 miles an hour into town. I don't know if that was the tracker or you. It sure looked like it as well, just from the follow count that was struggling to keep up. But did you feel at that point, like, did you feel anything? Were you just sort of floating through this, final mile experience there? There's a lot of excitement coming down. The town's out, the people are out, and a lot of cheering, and so just appreciate the support. What was something unexpected about this race? Like, so many unknowns for you. What's something that either surprised you, good or bad, out there?
That's a tough question for somebody who hasn't
or processed the race yet, but no. I mean, just the fact that you get to run with pacers, but you're also dealing with all the nutrition, the sleep issue, when you sleep, when you don't, all of that. Let's just say, was there a highlight of the race? Is there a moment that stands out to you as being like a really high moment that you're proud of? I really, really, really enjoyed the Hangover Trail. It's brutal. Each of your conflicts things for where you're supposed to go. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, we saw in the drones a lot of people were kind of wandering around confused today. So it's funny that that was one of your highlights, considering that is one of the more challenging sections of ours. Yeah, I had a great pacer in that section, and I think you should just made it just a block. It's something that could have not been better, right? Could have gone differently, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know you haven't had any time to think about the race, but just, overall impressions of these crazy 200-mile races. Love, hate, would do again. Hell yes, hell no. I had a good time out there, and I'm going to be a little hooked on 200 now. I mean, if your debut was running 63 hours at Cocodona, I'm going to say that you're just getting started, and it was really, really fun to watch you execute that. And also shout out to your husband, Joe, and to your whole crew, because we saw them all over the course, and I know you had the best crew in your corner. Do you have anything that you want to say just about your crew experience you're having out here with you to get you here? They were smart. It was an amazing combination of people, and I'm just so grateful that they took out of their life. It's a special part of the sport, right? It is such a village effort. But you're the one that ran 250 miles to get here, and just want to congratulate you once again. Meg Eert, our third place female and 8th overall at Cocodona 250. Give you all the miles. Thank you, Meg. I hope you get a little bit of sleep now, maybe a shower, but congratulations on your incredible achievement out there. Thank you so much.
Woo! It's good to see you. All right, back to the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Hillary.
Thanks, Fred.
Congratulations again to Meg Eert.
I'll be around all
third place finish at the Cocodona
not leaving
250,
till Sunday.
presented by Ultra.
Yeah, stellar run by Meg.
Of course, we are keeping an eye out for our next anticipated finishers. It's going to be, in all likelihood, one of two people. It could be our current F4, Heather Jackson. It could be our M6, Adair Ramirez. Heather is ahead of Adair, but Adair is moving more quickly. I want to give an update on one of our other distances as well, the Sedona Canyons 125. I mentioned True Heart Brown, and As I expected, True Heart Brown is putting on a clinic. The only runner so far to Munds Park. At the last aid station, it looked like he hit Schnebley Hill about 1 hour and 26 minutes ahead of second place. Currently, as far as I can tell, at mile 78.6, so about 11 and a half miles of second place, Nico Hawbaker. So True Heart Brown doing what he does. He doesn't race often, but when he does, he really puts on a show. The course record for Sedona Canyons is definitely under assault this week.
What is the record?
I can pull that up really quick. I know that Jeff Browning has it.
Yeah, while you're checking that, I'm going to look at the trip.
Jeff Browning's Sedona Canyons course record was set in 2023, the inaugural year, which meant they actually went up and over Elden. After Fort Tuthill, Sedona Canyons, rather than going through Walnut Canyon and up and over Elden, takes a westerly turn and takes a different course. But his Sedona Canyons record was 25-29-22. So nobody has broken 24 hours in Sedona Canyons, but I have strong conviction that True Heart Brown will be the first. I really believe that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And speaking of Jeff Browning, he sits currently on the tracker just behind our buddy Edher Ramirez.
Yeah. Both of them. I mean, Jeff Browning still, for all we're talking about here, still moving very well. And of course, Jeff Browning has a pretty robust summer because from here he starts his Western States preparation. So looking forward to seeing what he does over the next few weeks. I mentioned True Heart Brown leading Sedona Canyons. In second place, Nico Hawbaker. In third place, Tyler Welch in the men's side. And the women's side, Elise Lagerstrom is through Schnebley Hill, currently at mile 60.4. Rosalia Garashi, 59.5, so less than a mile separating them. And right on her heels are actually two other women, Rachel Buzzard and Jess Vargo. So we've got about 2 kilometers separating F1 and F4 in Sedona Canyons, which is a very, very big difference compared to the men's race, as True Heart Brown has an 11-mile lead on the field.
He's on his own little time trial.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course, as I've mentioned, for those unfamiliar with True Heart Brown's story, he won Black Canyon 2022, earning a golden ticket to Western States, and was all set to perform there to compete. And then beating a really good field at that Black Canyon. But a week leading up to Western States was called into duty for his profession, which is a wilderness firefighter. There were a lot of hotspots and fires to fight here in the northern part of Arizona in the Coconino Plateau. So True Heart actually had to withdraw from Western States at the 11th hour, literally. And that was in 2022, and simply just has not had the opportunity to run a qualifier. And then finally, last year, he ran a Stagecoach 100, which is a race that takes place here in northern Arizona. Set the course record there by over an hour and a half, running a, I believe, 14-hour, 33-minute 100-miler at elevation.
Wow.
And now running the Sedona Canyons 125, hopefully getting that Western States qualifier. Of course, he still has to get in through the lottery or other means, but at the same time, True Heart Brown, somebody I'm really looking forward to follow. Also, have you met True Heart?
I have not.
Have you seen him in person?
I'm not sure. He's got a cool name.
He really does have a cool name. Well, first of all, he's also really friendly. Second of all, he's not built like other ultra runners. He's built like maybe a small college tight end.
Okay.
Like he looks like he's about 6'3", 6'4", maybe about 210.
Okay.
Like he looks strong.
Yeah.
So when he runs, he looks like he runs. His physical style is pretty amazing. Is this Heather Jackson coming into Our final aid station, Trinity Heights.
I believe so.
You know, Heather, obviously not moving very quickly, but we know that this is far beyond anything she has ever undertaken in terms of distance. Still gonna finish in the top 5 at her first attempt at a race. And we talked about her being a part of this highly competitive women's field here at the Cocodona 250. So while she is obviously moving quite slowly, she's 4 miles from the finish at this point, being about a 1/10 of a mile out from the aid station.
Yeah, and she's still going to finish with a phenomenal time. There's plenty of walking in these races.
Absolutely.
And she can hold her head high because she put it out there, had an incredibly successful Cocodona. She's going to get a finish, and she's most likely going to finish F5 in the most stacked Cocodona field. So
yeah, I mean, even if she were to walk this remaining 3.94 miles at a 22-23 minute pace, you're still talking finishing in 65 hours, 65:15. I think that maybe she will move a little bit more quickly if she's got it left in her. I could see her finishing under 65 at this point. But yeah, Heather Jackson fighting through it.
Yeah.
I mean, it has obviously been a very rough last 30 or 40 miles for her. And, that's part of what makes these races so difficult. Obviously quite approachable, but at the same time, even the very best in the world are still going to learn things about themselves the first time they run an event such as this that they didn't know and perhaps didn't want to know.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But she's got to feel really good about getting off the single track, getting onto pavement.
Absolutely. Just a few minutes of pavement. And, who knows? Maybe she just wants to get in and out of Trinity Heights Aid. Maybe she takes her time. At this point, she has a very wide lead over 5th place, Lindsay Dwyer at this point. Lindsay still has to go up and over Elden. She is currently at mile 231, and Heather is at mile 249. So it's not like there's any pressure. I mean, realistically, Lindsay would have to cover 20 miles in the time it takes Heather to cover 4.
Yeah, not possible.
Yeah.
And that's probably factoring because, Heather's a competitor, and if she was getting pressured, she might be able to get a bit of a jog or a shuffle. But if you can walk it in, just walk those last few miles in. I think she was having some foot issues, and we'll have to get the run down later. But this is still a very, very impressive debut for Heather Jackson.
Yeah, as Amanda Grimes points out, Heather's still doing what so many of us could only dream of. That's a 4-time Hard Rock finisher saying that.
Yep.
So 4, right? I didn't short you one, did I, Amanda?
Shout out Amanda Grimes.
Of course, of the power couple Grimes.
Yeah,
couple,
Billy and Amanda.
Yeah. I believe it's either 5 or 6 Hard Rock finishes between them. Billy's got one himself.
Yep.
So,
yep.
That's the thing I love about covering these races, that it brings people from all over our segment of the running community.
Yeah.
Whether it be, Hard Rockers tuning in. We've had Ann Trayson ducking in and out of the chat.
That's
Dan
awesome.
Green.
Yep.
Rachel Entrican being greeted by Jim Walmsley at the top of Elden.
That's awesome.
The number of crews, pacers. I mean, Tara Dower just hanging out pretty much. I mean, she did pace Jeff Garmeyer, but that was by no means the limit of what she was doing to be involved. Of course, Billy Yang out here.
Pacing.
There's so many, pacing. So many personalities and celebrities in our in our little segment of the world, it's so cool to see.
Yeah, outside of, the race is a party, but then there's a party outside of the race.
Yeah.
Which is a bunch of us just hanging out, catching up. Always good to see friends and folks. Some people, doing the live stream and then hopping into pace. Some people pacing and crewing. Some people pacing multiple people. Pacing multiple races. It's a good time.
I feel like there are 4 tentpole events in American ultra running where I feel like there's almost like a homecoming feel to it. And I am inherently biased. I'm an Arizona local, but Cocodona being one of them, having 100 Hard Rock and Western States. Like, those are the races where you see everybody. We talked about all the people we saw. We didn't even mention Scott Jurek or Chrissy Mail. I mean, come on,
Right.
It's really a special opportunity to see some, the whole ultra running and trail running community come together here at Cocodona. Just one of those opportunities. Looking forward to a summer full of amazing races here in the western part of the United States.
Yep. Yeah. Let's see. Amanda Grimes also said Heather could sleep at this aid for days and still beat so many people to the finish.
Oh yeah, I think that if Heather
That's a great point.
If Heather went down for a 6-hour nap, I think she would still finish like in the top 7 or top 8 of the women's race at this point.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And every single person that crosses that finish line gets a Cocodona finish.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as somebody who's never finished a 200-mile race, I've never towed the line at a 200 or 250, but I've done quite a few hundreds. Even the ones that go sideways, you cross the finish line and you have an immense amount of pride in your effort getting across that finish line. So everybody who gets that Cocodona buckle, huge props, big shout outs.
Yeah, I mean, Heather can take her time. Again, she has all the time in the world to get comfortable and prepare for that last 4 miles to the finish to Heritage Square. Because she is Lindsay Dwyer, Catherine Edwards Anderson, Nicole Kernick, all still have. Well, Lindsay still has to go up and over Elden. Catherine and Nicole are not even to Walnut Canyon yet. Catherine is 27 miles back in 6th place.
Looks like Heather might be taking a quick nap here. I know they were bundling her up. They got her under a blanket. Maybe like, the 5-10 minute power nap. And then see if she can make that push to the finish.
And we are being joined now by our other colleague for the evening here at Aravaipa After Dark, Hillary Yang. Hillary, thanks for joining us after spending time at the finish line and watching these amazing last few finishers.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Wow. Yeah, it's really special to be there in person, obviously, and really cool how many people hung out as it got quite chilly quite fast as soon as the sun goes down. But yeah, it's just so special. So stoked for Meg Eert. I mean, so stoked for Courtney too. There's so much to sort of unpack here, but Meg just ran a really smart race. And, I was chatting with her. She's basically has no voice, as you guys probably could hear. Every third word, that wasn't the microphone. That was Meg's voice that kept cutting out.
Right.
But she did promise us that she's going to come into the studio in the next couple days once she's had a chance to sleep and shower and chat more with us, which I'm really excited about. But
drink some hot tea, hopefully.
yeah, a little honey.
Right.
Just pour the jar down her throat. Yeah, I feel like that'll be great to hear from her. But honestly, like, she was running almost 8 miles an hour towards the end of the race. Like, she was flying. And that's just a really cool way to finish a race, right? Like,
yeah,
especially with the race she had and sort of slowly moving up in the field.
Yep.
Yeah.
She ran so smart, so smooth. When we saw her early in the race, in that first day, mile 30, 40, 60, she was a ways back and just not concerned with placing, not concerned about the race, just doing her own thing and really trusting her plan, trusting her pace, and a really good testament for all of us, whether you're running at the front of the race, you know, the middle or the back, like trust your pacing strategy. You know, we are more intuitive than we think. We know what we can and can't do. So she proved that a good game plan and a good pacing strategy can really pay off in these multi-day races.
Yeah, I'm curious to break it down more with her because her husband said she sort of broke the race into thirds, and she really I knew the first section she knew it was technical, she knew it was sort of different than her abilities, but I'm curious about the other middle third because I knew about the back third where she was going to really try to let her rip, but you know, I think she had a pretty good sense of her strengths and also the areas where she was just going to try to hang on.
I'd be curious. I would assume that the way she broke it up would be, if I had to guess, obviously we're going to find out from her directly if she comes to the studio later this week, but I would think that maybe Whiskey Row, Sedona, and then Sedona to the finish would be your points. There was something that happened. I think you had already headed over there to get ready to interview her at the finish that Luke and I were talking about, and it was the fact that she didn't have a headlamp on as she was coming into and leaving Trinity Heights Aid. And my thought was that perhaps the reason why she waited so long, obviously, you know, maybe it was still dusk, but then it did start to get dark. I was wondering if she was still under the impression that Heather was right behind her and not wanting to give her a beacon to home in on.
That is so interesting. I mean, I'll be really curious to hear from Heather when she finishes on just that whole thing. We didn't really unpack the pass, you know, in that moment. But I think for Meg, she really was running her own race. And at that point, it would have been hard to stop her. You know, she had a lot of momentum going. And so whether it was just adrenaline and not even realizing it had gotten dark, I'm not exactly sure what it was. But yeah, I mean, she had her headlamp on when she finished. So she definitely threw it on at some point during those last few miles. But
yeah, I think she was actually through Buffalo Park and onto Schweitzer Canyon before she turned it on, which I know you could see in Buffalo Park, but on leaving Trinity Heights and heading over to the Pipeline Trail, it gets a lot of tree cover, and I didn't think she would be able to get as much light out there. I'm really curious to see whether or not that happens, because that kind of brought up some other gamesmanship that we talked about as well. And maybe, I know Rachel is she still down there shaking hands and kissing babies and petting dogs and
I think
signing
she finally
autographs?
turned it in. But, oh my gosh, I did have to laugh. So, I mean, she's incredible. She did spend a lot of time just interacting with everyone. And then when she finished, I guess she went and took a shower and all that, and came back and waited for Courtney. And when Courtney and her were hugging, Courtney mentioned something like, "Oh, you smell so good." And Rachel's like, "Well, I took a shower." And Courtney just sort of looked at her, you know. It was sort of one of those moments of oh wow, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, also to Courtney's credit, I am so thrilled for her to finish just under 62 hours, to really close the way that she did. I think she gave absolutely everything out there. I mean, you guys heard her attempts at talking at the finish line. She had nothing left in the tank. She emptied it. And that is just Courtney in a nutshell. I think that's what we love about her. She pours her heart into these races, into this sport. And we really saw her just put it all out there. And yeah, but you could see that at the finish line. Also, so amazing that she hung out for another hour until Meg finished. She was sort of pretty cold by the end. I could see her, you know, all the adrenaline wears off. At first you're fine, and then
start shivering.
Yeah,
Yep.
By 30 minutes afterwards, it's sort of okay, we need to get some puffy layers on her. But all that to say, it was really important to her to be there for the rest of the women's podium. And then Rachel came back, and for all of them to have that moment at the finish line. And it's they're just doing it for each other, really, which I love. There's no reason they have to, but I just think the camaraderie and the respect out there was so apparent during this whole race.
Yeah, to see the love fest that was going on out there was such a wonderful thing to see. I mean, and that was one of the things, what I've expressed to people is that, we're obviously wanting to talk to these runners when they're ready, but, and you're there ready with mic in hand, but you're not basically sticking it up in their face, telling them they've got to do an interview. It's hey, if you're feeling like it, great. And in the case, of some runners, they're not quite ready to do so right away. In the case of Rachel, she was talking and people were kind of wondering, well, shouldn't they give her some time? It's Rachel stuck around for another 2 hours, signing autographs, taking pictures, and listening to people, tell their stories of how much they loved following her race. Rachel was in no hurry to get out of Dodge when she finished this race.
Totally. And you're right. Like, it is something that I really try to play by ear, and I have so much respect for what the athletes have done. I don't want to go over and shove a microphone in their face, especially some people come in puking. Like, you never know what shape someone's going to be in when they cross the finish line. But I have to say, everyone was pretty, well put together, all things considered. And Rachel especially was just ready to chat. And I kind of suspected she would be. That's sort of her MO.
Yeah. That's her
you
style.
You can see that. Yeah.
She wants to chat.
Yeah.
And she's still so quippy and witty, even despite 250 plus miles underfoot.
I'll tell you, it was kind of funny. I had to reach her after she'd left the finish line for something, but I went through her crew chief, Jake, because I was like, well, I'm not bothering Rachel, and I'm sure she's not picking up her phone. Rachel picked up Jake's phone to talk, she was just like, hi, it's Rachel. And I was like, you are the last person that I wanted to talk to you, but you're the last person that I thought I'd talk to right now. So
that's
hilarious.
Kind of
cute. I know.
Yeah. And that you do always have that adrenaline too, like once you finish, because you're so stoked, to finish the race. And obviously the three of them just ran historical races, all finishing under the course record. It's not like you're going to finish and want to go straight to bed. You're going to want to talk to your friends, hang out, celebrate. But then when it hits you later, it will hit you hard. So I'm hoping all three of them get some really good rest tonight.
Yeah, me too. And of course, you've been working so hard this week, especially tonight, getting over there to those finish line interviews. Be sure to go and grab Hillary some Pizzacletta over there. Shout out to Caleb and the folks over at Pizzacletta for feeding us. If you fill our bellies or fill our gullets,
you'll keep us going.
We've had Drinking Horn Meadery. We've had Pizzacletta taking care of us. I mean, we'll take your food.
Totally, yeah.
If you're keeping us fed, energized, and maybe a little bit buzzy, we're definitely gonna appreciate it, and we'll give you a shout out.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll work for food any day.
It's something that I learned very early on in my old radio days was that if you're willing to give a shout out to a local establishment, they'll take care of you.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But
Chris, you're all over it. I can see that. You're like, what else do I need? Donuts? Like, cover all the bases here.
In the interest of full disclosure, however, this is not my first Pizzacletta of the week. Because I did go over there and eat at Pizzacletta earlier this week, just because I like it. AGW and I, when we got to town, we dropped our stuff off at the media house, and then we headed over there almost right away.
I mean, it's always a good bet, right? But there's a lot of great food in Flagstaff. I have to say, I'm loving this whole setup of us being a few blocks away from the finish line at Rung Flagstaff, and they've generously opened up their doors and let us turn their place upside down for this. But also, just being so close to the finish line, being able to run back and forth there is pretty awesome. So,
One story I want to actually touch upon, and this is why, when you look at the tracker, the DNF is very particular in how it's set up. Like if a runner shows quote DNF, that's a DNF. But if it's DNF-ing, we don't have confirmation that they've dropped. Maybe their tracker has stopped for an extended period of time. That is by no means an official drop. And one of the reasons I want to say that is because Mika Thews was showing as a quote DNF-ing and is back on course.
Yes, she is. And I was talking to Dylan Harris, who made the chase and the cutoff films and is working on the women's film, which is going to be the film of all time from this race.
Absolutely.
But he was saying he's actually really excited for Mika's storyline, and they're still following her race, and expect her in around, I think he said tomorrow afternoon sometime.
Cool.
So that's going to be really exciting. And I mean, Mika's done this before. She is the queen of the rally. I'll give her that. The girl doesn't quit easily. And that's sort of a fun fact about this race is that you can, if you leave at an aid station, you come back to the aid station and you sort of follow the protocols, you can come back to the course and carry on. And she certainly built herself a time buffer there. So it ain't over till it's over. And that is going to be really cool to see Mika, fight through.
All right. Well, I'm really looking forward to see how the rally goes for Mika over the course of this week. Luke J, you were not scheduled to be into the studio tonight. You stepped in and doing work and carrying some extra weight for us. Thank you so much for allowing Hillary to step over to Heritage Square.
Studio supporting us being here for the women's race. It's all part of the teamwork.
We had to get Hillary out there to make sure we had the interview with Courtney.
Absolutely.
And Meg, so happy to help.
And those interviews will be cut out separately on Mountain Outpost at some point this week. So if there were some audio issues on the live feed, you'll get your interview, parsed out later for sure.
We might need subtitles for Courtney, so I'm not going to lie.
Her voice did sound pretty weak.
Thank you, Luke. Thanks for being
everyone.
in here
See ya.
tonight.
Thanks, Luke. And we're going to go to a quick break while we shift things around here in the studio. You are watching the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra.
All right, so we've got we got two and a half minutes on this.
Okay.
Hillary, what do you want to do? At this point, you guys are pretty much only going to get Heather. Heather is the only one making his way there. Heather is going to take some time.
Sure.
Basically pack her up like a burrito, pay, their jackets to her.
And she can take a full 6 hours sleep and still finish 6th or 7th or whatever. Like.
Oh yeah, she knows she can take her time. She was doing very well. She was meandering on course. So.
Well, that was my concern, because her.
Very much meandering.
Well, they were saying that she didn't mentally overcome problems.
Yeah.
She was unaware of it.
Taylor was very worried about her.
Kind of wanted to quit at the last aid station.
And Luke's like, I will drive out there right now.
Yeah.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Chris Warden, Hillary Yang hanging out here in the studio. As you can see, the excitement level at the finish line has tamped down just a tad.
Yes. Well, I mean, I feel like we've been running on adrenaline all day. So I personally need my stress levels to come down and my Oura Ring to stop telling me, you've been really stressed today. Because it certainly has been, exciting. Stressed in all the good ways, right?
Absolutely. And we're going to catch up with what's going on in the rest of the field. Right now, we've got 2 runners that we are believing to be still at Trinity Heights Aid, the final aid station on the course. They would be Heather Jackson and Adair Ramirez. Adair just got there, and so he's been moving pretty well. We would expect, I think at this point, to be our next finisher. Heather has gone down for a break We don't know how long she's going to be there, but obviously, as some of you are noting in the chat, I did have a hot mic, and I did say that she could be down for 6 or 7 hours and still finish in the top 6 or 7. I don't think I was speaking out of pocket on that, so you caught me, and that was just me offering conjecture.
Well, and I mean, to Heather's credit, she's still in the top 10, guys. Like, overall, she's run an incredible race, and I know she was running on fumes for quite a while. I definitely heard she was going up Elden feeling so sleepy. We saw from the live broadcast just how slowly she was moving over the top of Elden. I think she was just holding on. And then when Meg made the pass, I think that was probably the moment where Heather realized she doesn't have to rush here maybe as much as she was. And so taking a bit of time to reset and then fighting her way to the finish over the last few miles will be very well earned. And yeah, we are very, very excited to see Heather when she comes in. But on that note too, I was going to say, Edder's coming in soon. I saw his family at the finish line, Eder Ramirez, who will be our 9th place finisher. And our 7th place man, I have to do a lot of math right now thinking about like who we've had come in, but just want to really give Eder a shout out for running an incredible race, and also just to look at the clock again, because we're only 63 hours and 22 minutes into this race, which I know that doesn't sound like an only, that's a lot of time, but in the world of Cocodona finishes, there's not many people that have run this race under this time. And so all of these finishers right now are just so impressive still.
Yeah, Eder Ramirez, when we saw him at the top of Elden, we were able to catch him for a while as he was starting to begin his descent. Looked fantastic out there. Of course, finished this race in 3rd place last year. Going to be a little bit behind that in terms of his placement, but still going to, in all likelihood, be finishing in the under 65-hour range. Last year, he finished in 63:10 when he podium, so a little bit behind that, but still moving very well. Also, Eder is going to be the first runner that we see coming in without like a major shoe or apparel sponsor. So some of you brands might have a diamond in the rough. And also his story, I mean, you're talking about a guy who's a full-time family man out of Las Vegas, a locksmith by trade, and if you haven't met Eder, he's one of the just most kindly, gregarious people you'll have the opportunity to meet.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing him at the top of Elden, I felt like that spoke a lot to his character. I mean, he stopped up there, took it in, and then also had a little chat with some of the people that were up at the top cheering runners on, and he's been like that the whole race. And yeah, had the pleasure of watching him race a few times now at Mammoth and Cocodona, and really have a lot of respect for him. So truly stoked for Eder. And yeah, you're right. Some of these sponsors are sleeping on Eder Ramirez. And I mean, as we've seen with Rachel, with all these kind of Cocodona stars, these are incredible athletes that are going on to do other incredible things. And so come on, brands, you gotta be paying attention to our top 10 at Cocodona, because the incredible talent it takes to be able to pull off the race that they're pulling off.
Cocodona is a royalty maker. I mean, think about some of the runners that have garnered sponsorship and support, and maybe in large part due to their efforts here. We mentioned Rachel, Jeff Garmeyer. I mean, the guy wasn't even a runner really until he discovered Cocodona.
Yeah.
And we would love to see Eder become the next person to be able to maybe ease the balance of a work-life run. That would be a wonderful thing. Of course, as we expect Eder to be our next potential finisher here, he is by no means going to be the final finisher, and we're going to pivot our attention here. If we've got eyes out on anything in the field, we will bring it to you. Right now, I know. Right now, we're hanging out at the finish line. But the next cutoff that we're looking at for the runners here is actually going to be Dead Horse at midnight tonight, mile 132.9. The finish line, or the cutoff at Jerome, was at 8:30. Runners had to be out of there by that point. That is Fort Tuthill Aid, about mile 213. That is being run by the capable hands of Kim and Joe Casey. wonderful members of our local running community. They are being assisted by a guy by the name of Chris Thornley, who knows a thing or two about ultra running and taking care of your body. Shout out Squirrels Nut Butter, one
absolutely.
of our sponsors. But I want to give a little bit of a perspective on the back of the pack and what we're looking at. And this is by no means a gospel, but at the same time, I do want to give a heads up on what we're looking at. I'm trying to verify which runners may have been snapped off at Jerome at mile 124.2. According to the tracker, there might have been a couple. Matthew Pike and Chris Davis were in valiant chasing of that cutoff. We'll see if they made it. The last few runners to make it through that cutoff: Will Bruner, John Bullock, a race director for Air Viper Running, Sarah Bryant, Cody DeLorenzo, Anna Landauer, Mary Mullen. Mary Mullen was one of the final people through Whiskey Row. Apparently, really knows how to leverage
every
those
hour
cutoffs.
on the course. Yeah,
Get your money's worth, Mary. Tanya Spanier and Carmen Abello look like the last few runners that made it through Jerome. Of course, they have until midnight to get to Dead Horse at mile 132.9. So the aforementioned names that we spoke of there will be needing to get to that point, in addition to the following: Kimberly Paracelli, Kelly Stewart, Sarah Fergot, Carl Balloon, I believe a 3-time finisher of this race, Dave Goins, trying to match his wife's finish here a couple years ago, Mike Tuccio, Mandy Mullen, Kerry McFarlane, and Thomas Murray. Thomas Murray, special shout out to Thomas. He has been the longtime aid station captain at Rattlesnake Ranch at the Haviland 100.
Oh, that's cool.
I think if I were to be a gambling person, I would bet that Thomas Murray financed this whole race on volunteer credits because he has done so much of it for so long. So those folks, as well as Kaylee Fincham, and a name that if you're a Western States fan, you're familiar with, Karen Bonet-Natraj. Of course, Karen, an Auburn local who had a very dramatic finish to Western States a few years ago, finishing with 9 seconds to spare.
Yes, I do remember that. That was an absolute nail biter.
Watching from a distance, I cried.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I usually cry in the last hour of all of these races, but yeah, no, it's special to see all the runners out there across the field. And you know, we talk a lot about the leaders on day 3 because it is so exciting and so impressive, but getting to tell the stories and dig in to the whole pack is something that we're very proud of here at Cocodona. We love to celebrate all the runners out there. I personally love it. Like, one of my favorite times of the whole race is that last day and the last few hours of the race. And, you know, if you guys aren't watching the Cocodona Chronicles that Tony Hill is putting together for the race, he's been focusing a lot on the mid-pack and catching some really special moments with them around sunrise, sunset, and different times throughout the race. We'll be playing those throughout the broadcast. You can also find them separately on YouTube. We also have Cocodona Confessions that we're going to be showing you tomorrow, which is a really fun thing this year, and it's giving runners a chance to give us a little bit of their raw insight on the trail. And so really excited to share with you guys some of the journey for our runners out there that are just working so hard to get to the finish line. And, you know, as we're sort of talking about these leaders still, I do want to look towards the rest of this front pack and call out a few of the women that are coming in, as well as a few of the names that we've been following throughout this race. So, I mean, obviously we've got Heather Jackson sitting in the last aid station, just taking a little break, taking a little reset before she comes in. And I'm actually really happy that she's doing that, because I do feel like she'll be able to be present for the moment a lot more and to appreciate it. So we hope Heather gets the quick rest she needs and is able to come in. But we have Eder Ramirez went through that last aid station at around 9 o'clock. So we do expect him to finish shortly in the next maybe 30 minutes or so, depending on how fast he's going. And then behind him, Bronco Billy, always a fan favorite and class act of the sport. He will be coming in quite shortly, and depending on how long Heather takes at the aid station, he might end up moving into that top 10 overall position, which it will be interesting to see. And again, Jeff is just such a smart athlete, and so it doesn't surprise me at all to see him running such a great race. And then, we've got Zach Howard, Jeff Garmeyer, Mike McKnight, Benjamin Lucas, Lindsay Dwyer as our next female, sitting at mile 234 right now. And then sort of all the way down the line, a lot of people that are in those mid 200s that are making their way here. And, they've got a few miles left to go. They've got a little thing called Mount Elden to climb over still, but, getting here. And I think tomorrow will be a really fun day, and I'll be in the studio for most of the day, I believe from like 10 till 3, just chatting with people. We're going to try to pull in some of our top finishers for interviews where we can. Chris, what are you going to be up to tomorrow?
Well, I will be joining the audience tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., as I do every morning, kind of recapping what happened the night before, helping you wake up, rub the sleep from your eyes, and doing so myself off camera to just, kind of circle around the course to see what's happened. We'll give, as this will be the first night where we had finishers in the overnight, we will give them their due, their shine. As we have the podiums, and we are going to go quiet in this evening, mainly because everybody ran so darn fast.
I know.
We talked about this.
We did.
We thought that we would be covering everybody but Rachel, perhaps, but everybody who we thought was slowing down got a second, third, fourth wind over the course of the final few miles of this course. Killian Korth, we thought, people were asking me after they saw some footage of him at Fort Tuthill that he looked really rough, and I was inclined to agree.
He did. He was really dragging his leg out of there, and I was quite worried about him. And I think, to Killian's credit and the competitor that he is, he just decided that wasn't going to be enough to stop him, and he made it work and found another gear to get over Elden into the finish line, dragging his leg behind him, but also just... That's how it goes, right? Like, you don't run these things without some collateral damage of some sort, which we've seen in a lot of ways, whether it's Courtney without a voice, Meg without a voice. Honestly, the only person that seems to escape unscathed is Rachel, which was quite funny because I did hear from her crew that she took a little fall. And then when I asked her about it on the broadcast, she was quite insulted and declared that she took no such fall. And so I don't know if she blacked out or what it was, but it was quite funny. And she really did seem very chipper. But yeah, it's, to be fair, very, very... these athletes, again, have been going so long, and it's like, they give everything, but they've also gotten to the finish line really fast. And we've spent the last couple days just trying to get ahead of them on course and changing all of our predictions for everybody.
Yeah, it's one of the things about these races. Everybody, if you're right about, how things turned out, that's great. But I think that, part of the fun and the beauty of this style of event is the idea that, even if you've got things dialed in, I would like to think that, those of us on the Mountain Outpost live stream team are pretty well knowledgeable. We see a lot of races. We see a lot of running. There are very few strangers that we encounter in these race coverages, and it doesn't sound like we all got everything right.
Right, yeah.
Like, if you'd have told me DJ Fox was going to finish on the men's podium, I would have responded by saying...
Wasn't on your bingo card, hey Chris?
No, I've heard of DJ Fox. I don't remember if I've covered him on a race or not.
I remember him from last year.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
him
right.
and
He did finish in
Cody.
the top 10 last year. That's
right.
I think I was off the air at that point. But yeah, Cody Poskin, Killian Korth, and yeah, there were a lot of people that were, taking umbrage that Killian Korth was not at the top of everyone's Cocodona bingo card. And it wasn't, I don't think, that they didn't think that Killian wasn't an amazing runner. He won the Triple Crown last year in dominant fashion.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the fact that those of us that witnessed him at Cocodona the last couple of years, he had some real rough struggles. In multiple ways. He's been very open and candid about how allergies were genuinely overcoming him at times on this course. And it wasn't that I don't think that people believed in Killian's running ability. Have you seen him?
Yeah, no, for sure. He has quite the pedigree when it comes to these races and these distances. But you're right. It's like, we love to talk about the names that we know and some of the bigger names going into this race. And
sure.
There's definitely some heavy hitters all around. And I kind of love the fact that it's such a open blank slate, and there's an opportunity for everybody. And in this case, in the men's race, we really saw that play out with some surprising results. And we're still seeing a lot of the guys that we thought would be up there in that top pack. And honestly, they're still running, again, incredible races in really great times. But that extra level, maybe there's like that motivation from these guys that are trying to sort of put their names on the map. I don't know what it is, but they're, you know, something's driving them. And especially for these young guys, Killian, Cody, watching them execute such patient, well thought out races from start to finish is really, really cool. And I think honestly levels up our sport in every way when we just like see these young guys coming in and showing us that they too can throw down, that they've learned a lot from maybe watching everyone else is on the start line. But yeah, it certainly makes it harder for us to kind of have that sense of who's going to come out. You know, like it felt like it used to be easy a few years ago, Chris. Like you could look at the lists and be like, yeah, I can kind of call in the top 5 just based on like who I know and who I've seen out here. And now it's like there could totally be some, you know, people we've never heard of before.
To coin a phrase that a friend of ours has basically made a part of our lexicon, random baller.
Random baller.
Shout out to Finn and Brett, Finn Melanson and Brett Hornig.
They need to trademark that. I mean, it's kind of my fave.
They need t-shirts. They need gear.
Yeah.
Like, I want a random baller t-shirt to show up at some of these tentpole events.
Yeah.
I think that's got legs.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I want to shout out also one of the things that I try and do is I follow also those who gave it their best effort here. A lot of these names are going to be ones that you've heard have already withdrawn, but some of them might be new to you. But I want to shout out the confirmed DNFs who towed the line here and gave it their best effort here at Cocodona. Because frankly, even getting yourself to the start line is an amazing effort. And so I'm going to read off those that I have confirmed. Max Jolliffe, Adam Kimball, Kevin Tedonio, Elizabeth Scott, Ron Hammett, Ryan Coons, Vivek Mullenix, Josh Courtwright, Amanda Jamagrowitz, Luke Smith, Betsy Larder, Jason Drobeck, Blake Haim, Elizabeth Flores, Candace Gale, David Park, a.k.a. Asian Goggins, Brian Fredley, Sean Kolowick, Sean Bartlett, Stan the Man Barry, who was celebrating his 41st wedding anniversary on Monday.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He gave me a shout out and was giving it a shot here.
So wait, he was doing that for his 41st wedding anniversary, is what I'd like to say.
His wife and daughter were in the chat and following along.
I mean, maybe that's why they've been married so long. Is that the secret? Because that's impressive.
Give somebody a few days of doing their own thing.
But on your wedding anniversary.
That's true. That is true. Chris Sherwood, Tyler Miller, Rachel Cullinan, David Brownrigg, Jeanette Brass, Michelle Brooks, Jason Archuleta, Jenny Perlman, Kevin Palladino, Elizabeth McKenzie, this one hurts, James Willett. James is the most helpful group run leader that we have in Phoenix as part of our Air Vipa community. Cameron Hall, Tim Donnelly, Nicholas Madera, Richard Elkins Jr., Alan Costello, Lori Robinson, again, a personal friend of mine, Kyle Carter, Angela Millett, Matt Miller, Kristen Trapp, Fra Balby, John Quigley, Arthur Arnold, Chris Walt, Christian Glotfelty, Christopher Rout, Michael Lowe, Carmen Sendejas, Adam Ellenstein, Anthony Trujillo, Cameron Haynes, and Michael Versteeg. Those are our confirmed DNFs to this point.
Yeah, a lot of names in there. Definitely some we recognize.
Sure.
Cam Haynes and Max Jolie were at the finish line today to see Rachel come in and had a chance to catch up with them. And they were both pretty gutted. I think it's...
Cam was really sad. He was really upset.
He was really sad. I think he was really struggling to come to terms with it. And he kept telling me, he's like, if it was just a broken leg or a broken bone, I would have dragged myself to the finish line. And it's really hard when it's a head injury. He showed me the bonk on his head was pretty significant and pretty deep. And then he said he kept falling because he couldn't see where he was going because it affected his vision. And so, I think he made the right call. And I was just encouraging him too. Like, there's so much of the race left. He would have had to go up and over Elden by himself. It becomes a safety thing at that point. And I think you can gut out a lot of stuff. I know anyone who's doing this race is tough as nails, but at the same time, it's, there are certain things that I think you have to just listen to your body on, and hitting your head on the rocks out here is certainly one of them. But yeah, I just, that said, I think to see these guys at the finish line, to know, for all of you guys that have DNF'd, I know you're following the race still, or you're here in some form, and you don't just walk away from it and leave it. Like, your heart's still in it, and our hearts are with you. We hope we see you on the start line again soon, and just want to commend you for giving it your all. And there's no guarantees, you're never guaranteed a finish line with these races. And I think that's what makes them so exciting and so vulnerable, is that you just have to run your day and see what you get. And it may or may not be the one you wanted, but you can be proud of the fact that you got out there and did it, because there's a lot of people in this world that'll never do anything nearly so scary and hard.
Yeah, I know.
There's my speech.
No, that's well put. No, that's well put, Hillary. And I know that you would know what it's like to
DNF.
I
have.
I was gonna just say, obviously, when you got into hard rock, the culmination of years of hard work, these runners are no different than that. So to see that, come to fruition for you is such a cool thing to witness. So, this is what we're here to do. We are here to bear witness to those athletes that are still out there on the course, giving it their all. Here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. As you can see, we're about 64 and a half hours into a 125-hour odyssey. Thank you to Coros for providing the Coros clock in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. We are going to be providing a mixture of anchored and silent coverage here between now and Saturday morning 10 a.m. with a team of people. The most recent news that I can give you on course is that Eder Ramirez has left the final aid station at Trinity Heights and is on his way to the streets of Flagstaff. Looking forward to seeing Eder complete his journey. I also want to pivot to what we've got going on in the Sedona Canyons 125, because it is the True Heart Brown show, and we are all just witnessing it. True Heart Brown, definitely way under course record paces here at this point. True Heart Brown is currently 80 and a half miles into the Sedona Canyons 125, so basically 2/3 of the way done in what amounts to, what time did they start today? They started at 7 a.m.
The math is not mathing.
It is not mathing yet. It's 7 a.m. is when they started, because they have 75 hours to finish.
So they're 14 hours into their day, 14 and a half.
In, and he's 2/3 of the way in. So,
hot dang.
Yeah. Well, the course record for the Sedona Canyons 125 was Jeff Browning in his inaugural year, in the race's inaugural year of 25:30 roughly. True Heart Brown is cruising for sub 24 with room to spare.
Yeah.
And
I'm a big True Heart fan. I think he's a really wonderful human. Firefighter. Oh, I love the little wave from the aid station as someone goes by. Shout out right back to you guys. But yeah, no, that's really cool to see. And excited to follow some of those storylines tomorrow. We have a pretty busy day tomorrow. So Chris, you're back on the mics tomorrow morning.
5 a.m.
5 a.m., kicking things off, bringing us back into the day and giving us some of the updates from overnight, which will be great to see. And we will be able to give you some of the updates on, obviously, Heather Jackson as she finishes her day, and all the other runners that are going to come in overnight. And then well into tomorrow, we've got, a bunch of interviews lined up in the studio, a bunch of just fun pieces of content to bring you. And then again, really diving into some of these mid-pack stories. And I'll be on the mics from 10 a.m. till 3 or something like that. I don't know. I just go
It all kinds
step
of
by
blend
step.
together at a certain point.
Yeah, they do just tell me where I'm supposed to be next, and I say, okay, but give me some snacks and let me take a nap first. But yeah, it's been such an incredible day. I feel like this day has filled me up on so many levels.
Yeah, and we mentioned True Heart Brown. Nico Hawbaker, D. Wu leading our rounding out the top three at this point here in the Sedona Canyons 125 in the men's side. On the women's side, Elise Lagerstrom has crossed the 100K threshold, mile 62.9. Jess Vargo about a half mile back of Elise Lagerstrom. Rachel Buzzard about a quarter mile back of Jess. Rosalia Garashi about a kilometer back of Rachel. So we've got a fairly tight race on the women's side of the Sedona Canyons 125 in sharp contrast to the men's race where True Heart Brown is really putting on a clinic.
Yeah, I mean, the guy has wheels. Like, we know that. We've seen him race, so that's fun to see him throw down out there.
Our next cutoff on the race of the Cocodona 250 will be Dead Horse State Park at midnight tonight. As we mentioned, there's a handful of runners that have not made it there to mile 132.9. From there, they have to get to Deer Pass by 4:45 a.m. That's one of the tighter cutoff splits as the runners have to go about 14 miles in 4 hours, 45 minutes, which doesn't sound overly daunting if you're fresh. But if you're 132 miles
right?
in, it could be a little bit of a challenge, especially if you were already chasing a cutoff. From there, Sedona Canyons, or not Sedona Canyons, Sedona Posse Grounds, the Sedona aid station is going to be shutting down at noon tomorrow. So basically from Dead Horse to Sedona Posse is roughly 28 miles, 27 miles, and those runners have until noon tomorrow to get there. From there, our only other cutoff tomorrow night would be Schnebly at mile 176, and then into Friday we will cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one step at a time for these runners. They still have a lot of time on the clock. If you're out there, if you're running, you're doing amazing. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other. And remember, if you hit these lows, you just have to keep going for long enough and it might just turn around. And we've seen that a lot so far. And, just believe that it's possible. And we'll see you in Flag in no time.
Yeah. I want to still also give a shout out. I think that we might have had two runners miss the cutoff at Jerome. I can't confirm it yet, but it looks like Matthew Pike and Chris Davis might have missed that cutoff. Mary Mullen, Sarah Bryant, Anna Landauer, John Bullock, Cody DeLorenzo, and Will Bruner looks like they made it out, but I can't confirm that. But that's the back of the pack right now. That 8 or 9 runners is who we are focusing on as names we're probably going to see rolling through that threshold that you see on your screen in about 60 hours, which we're 60 and a half hours away from the cutoff here. And that speaks to the breadth of what we're experiencing here at Cocodona. Hillary, when they had Rachel coming through Sedona yesterday, I believe, they talked about her being 48 hours ahead of cutoff. And I was like, oh, she's a full Hard Rock ahead of cutoff.
Oh my gosh, right.
When you put the things
when you
in
start doing
perspective,
that math, yeah.
yeah, it's pretty amazing to think about, just how vast an expanse this race covers. And we're still not even done with the start lines yet, because on Friday morning, the Flagstaff Crest 40 will be taking off from Fort Tuthill that morning, and a few hundred more intrepid runners are going to be joining the other runners who are in longer distances. They by no means are doing anything less. To go out and do an ultra is still doing an ultra. I mean, outside of our sphere, I think we lose perspective. How many times have you shown up to an event that has like maybe 5 or 6 different distances, and you'll talk to a friend who will, you'll come up and say, oh, hey, how you doing? And I'm not going to name names because I know he's watching, but there's a friend of mine who, if I ask, hey, what are you doing today? Oh, I'm only doing the 50K. No, you're doing the 50K. There's no only about it.
Right. Yeah, totally. I know. And it's a good point. I mean, even watching the 100-mile runners leave after the 250-mile runners, and they're running a self-supported, or not self-supported, they have aid stations, but no crew access, 100-miler. And I'm just thinking, man, gosh, that's so hard, right? And they're excited about that challenge. And so there's challenges for everybody here.
Yeah. Okay. So we were talking about a father-daughter pairing in the race. I'm going to have to pull up my notes here really quick. Apologies, as the only thing worse than live stream math is live stream computer usage. And if I could remember the names, I would share them immediately. I believe it was Emily Hill.
Help us out in the chat if you remember.
Yeah, I've got a lot of notes in front of me, but I think it was Emily Hill and Garen Hill of Texas, a father-daughter pair running Cocodona this year.
Oh, that's really cool.
So I know we've had a couple of married couples that have run Cocodona together. I know we've had some mother-son pairings at Cocodona in the Chisholm family.
Yes, we have.
Jenny and her sons. But I don't know if we've had a father-daughter pairing running Cocodona. So, shout out to Emily Hill and Garen Hill. Hopefully we will be seeing you here in Heritage Square by the end of the race.
There we go. All right. Well, you guys, it's been so much fun just hanging out with y'all, and just want to give the chat a shout out. Thank you guys who are engaged in the chat and just supporting all the runners, cheering everyone on, keeping us going. It really does feed our souls, and it's really fun to see all the comments. When we get to hear where everyone's from, the whole thing is just a really cool experience and fun to share it with you guys. We are going to wrap up our coverage for day 3, and we'll keep the live stream going. It'll be just on the cameras at the aid stations, or actually at the finish line overnight, and then we will pick up the commentary again at 5 a.m. when Chris, you're back in studio, not to remind you, with lots of interviews coming tomorrow. Again, I'll be on the mics here as well during the day, and we're going to try to just have a steady stream of friends pop by and, come tell us stories, and like we said, tell some more stories about the middle pack of the race as they work their way through.
The fun part about the later part of covering this race, Hillary, is the fact that I would like to think I drive Zach a little bit crazy, because Zach is working feverishly to, contact people and set up interviews. And I'm out there at the finish line just telling people, oh, yeah, swing by anytime. And that's how we end up with a couch with Shelby Farrell, Jeff Garmeyer, and Kevin Goldberg all together. But you know what? That's part of what makes this event so magical. So
it really does. No. And I mean, we've got podium interviews tomorrow with everybody that's finished so far tonight, basically happening tomorrow. So stay tuned, come back, chat, keep us company tomorrow, come and hear the war stories from the trail. And yeah, it's our pleasure to be here. I'm Hillary Yang, joined by Chris Warden in the studio. We'd also like to thank our team behind the scenes, Zach Marion, Trevor, who's been very popular in the chat, Jordan, the whole crew that have brought this coverage to you, and Brett as well. The team behind this, guys, they don't get enough credit for everything that they're doing, and they're running on just about no sleep. So yeah, we just want to acknowledge everyone's hard work that has made this possible. With that said,
we're going to keep the cameras on, but we're going to turn the mics off. And Hillary, always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, Chris. We'll see you again soon. We're going to throw to an ad break, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Hi, I'm Bryce Thatcher, founder of Ultraspire. I'm so excited to be at Cocodona this year. It's an incredible event, and I am inspired by those of you that are running this event. It gets me so excited. In fact, I'll be at Lane Mountain again this year, and I like watching, observing, and communicating with you and realizing those things that can be done in development to help your runs go better. Hence, the Traverse and other products that we've developed specifically around you incredible athletes that are able to go so far and do such incredible things. I'm so excited for you this year.
Flip that.
with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
I'm Steve Adderholt, race director of the Cocodona 250. Janji has provided these Sun Chaser hoodies for each of the race distances for Cocodona. It's our runner shirts. First thing, they're great because they have a hood. So if you're wearing a ball cap, man, it's such a great way to protect your face and your neck fully from the sun when you're out there playing. Integrated thumb slits, so you can cover up some of your hand. It's got a watch slit on both arms. It's UPF 50. So you don't even need sunscreen. Thank you so much, John Chief. Thanks for supporting Cocodona.